few seconds.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. And then we'll have to start sharing. I don't know why, but half of the pages aren't there. That kind of, when I try to share it that way. And when I have to do them all individually, it takes a dog's age. Turn the volume down. Okay, share. Copy. Back out, back out. Our revolution. There. Paste. Are you warmed back up from today?
Yeah, well, that was ridiculous.
Was it ice?
No, but it was just freezing.
Does it look?
Yeah.
It looked like ice. It didn't look like just rain.
It literally started right as I was walking up to start talking. So I didn't even talk as long as I wanted to because I think we need to get people moving. And Casey had to be out there by 11:35.
He went to
Yeah, Union.
Yeah, he went to see Amanda. Or not, I mean, not specifically probably, but he went to he did see Amanda. Do I hear Morty?
Yeah, he's sitting there whining.
Right, and?
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of Charlie, can you get the dog?
What's wrong with that?
He's gonna just sit here and whine because I'm not petting him.
Okay, lots of sharing going on. I'll be there in just a second. This is the fun part that everybody gets to see. This is the background. This is the production bit. That is George ringing me. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can't get onto it. I mean, I'm an admin of it, but I can't log into it because you're doing the live
Got you.
thing now. So
I think I figured out how to do it anyway.
Okay.
Sort of, kind of.
I mean, if you want me to do it in the future, I can log in.
We will have to to sort that. We'll okay.
All right, bye.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Bye.
Oh, the pre-production is always so much fun. We get to do that live with you folks, who's ever with us at the moment. The official start of the program is still a whopping 6 minutes away. However, I believe I actually figured this out by accident, but a happy accident. Nonetheless, I believe we have sorted this all by ourselves, almost like we know what we're doing. Occasionally happens. So yeah, we almost seem to have figured that out. Where are my comments? There we go. Yeah, how about that? Early too. Wow, whopping 6 minutes. We're in all sorts of pre-production going on here, kids. You can hear rattling of papers and fumbling and almost like a proper news organization. Papers, and I would say it's a script, but it's not. We don't script anything here. Well, generally speaking, then I don't want to break any news before the global. No pressure, by the way. The global Hot 101 audience joins us. How was it then today? I mean, it was quick. You guys were all frozen. I could see it. It was
Yeah.
miserable. It was miserable. And just looking at it from, I think Kristen was probably streaming from her phone, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
It looked like ice. It looked like you guys were having sleet instead of rain. I know it was rain here, but it really did look miserable.
Yeah, it was not fun because it just started right when I was going up to the mic, and then I realized all my lit stuff that was sitting out on the table for people to see.
Soaking wet.
Yeah, I just like am looking at it in the corner of my eye. I'm like, well, that's all ruined.
He's definitely active this cycle, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
That's a man running for governor, I think.
It would be.
That's a man running for governor.
Yeah.
He's certainly acting like a man running for governor. There's no doubt about that. Actually, wait. I have to get the.
I think he'd be a good governor.
Well, he's acting like it.
It's nice. It's nice to have at least somebody come to rural Pennsylvania and try. You know what I mean? Like, that's at least.
Yeah. Why should that be a shocker?
Yeah.
Why should that be? Oh, I left the door open. Sis is going to be running in here. Why should that be a thing? Why should that be a oh my God, Senator Casey was here. Well, yeah, that's Pennsylvania too. He represents that too. I mean, that shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a surprise. It shouldn't be a shock. It's all part of the same Commonwealth. He represents the whole thing. Let me shut this door before Sis comes running in here. Oh, Sis is not going to be happy about that closed door, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I'm going to warn everybody, there's like 4 kids in my house right now, so.
Could we possibly have an on-air sword fight as we?
Yeah, I mean
Could there be a lightsaber battle break out?
Yeah.
Is he a lightsaber guy or swords or both?
I mean, he was into lightsabers for a while, and then he switched to swords. This year we were a ninja for Halloween.
Awesome. I can hear it. I heard that.
There they go. Yeah, they're up there giggling. Yeah.
I heard that. Hey, you know what? It's the same thing I told Patty with the dogs. I mean, she was mortified. You could every now and then during an answer, you just see her face just drop and go, oh God. Like, hey, we're all doing this thing at home. I mean, it's just, we're doing what we're doing. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, when I did my interview for SU, I mean, you can hear Alex in the background the entire time. And I said that to Kristen, I'm like, she's like, no, it was heartwarming. And I'm like, I had no idea you could even hear him.
We can hear. I can hear him. I can hear him. Patty's dogs.
There we go. Yeah.
Patty's dogs are hilarious. They're drinking. They're eating. You can hear them do the circle and then collapse. I mean, it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious. Where are we at here? 1 minute. Multi-screens. The Google number is up. I should have had George check the Google number. I think there's something wrong with the Google number. I don't think the Google number is working. I think there's something. Oh, I was telling George before you signed on, I got a call on the Google number, the show number. That, but then nobody knows that when they buy the list of Google phone numbers. I got a call on the Google number that something was fraudulent with my Social Security number. I mean, the Social Security Administration called me because, they always call people.
Yeah, when something's wrong. Yeah.
Right. Yes, they always call you when something's wrong. So I called them back. And I got a badge number of the guy I talked to. I got a case number and everything else, and then gave him a fake name, gave him a fake last four of my social, and he said, "Oh, yep, you're right. I have all your information confirmed right here." So, it's not funny because everything I just gave you was fake, and then he hung up on me. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Because they always call you. All right. 5. Speaking of which, I think George is calling it. Yes, he is. Hello, Google number. Oh, that was it. I think that was George. Testing the Google number. Very quiet, though. All right, 501. Here we go. Welcome, 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 everyone, from my humble second bedroom here in the cold, damp Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, on planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy in this universe of ours. This is the Kennedy Effect for the first day of November in the just wonderful, memorable, pleasant, celebratory year that has been 2020. Welcome back to all. This is the Kennedy Effect for the first day of November 2020. Thank you all for being here in what is truly a miserable weather day here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I hope it is nicer where you are. It is wet, damp, it is fall in every sense of the word here in PA. Hope you are having a much better day. Wherever you are watching, listening, joining us from, I will, of course, run down the laundry list of places that you can find the program. We are just happy. Well, that was a squeaky thing. What happened there? We are just happy that you are with us wherever you are. We now share the program on almost 60 different platforms across the Facebook universe. We are thrilled that you are with us, every single last one of you, every single one of you, wherever you fall on the political spectrum, wherever you are watching from, anywhere inside, outside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, anywhere in the United States, anywhere around the globe. Every single one of you is important. You are welcome here. Your political point of view, philosophy is welcome here. Agree, disagree, it doesn't matter. You are welcome here. You all bring something to the conversation. You all bring something to the program. If you are on Facebook, part of any of the 60 now different places where we share the program, roughly about 60. It varies from week to week, but we're between 50 and 60 places where we share the program. We thank you for being there. If you are watching live, hello and welcome, and thank you for being there. If you are watching at Our Revolution Pennsylvania, Our Revolution National, Pennsylvania Democratic Politics, Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, Our Revolution Signal Boost, the I Thrive community, Time Is Now, the Easton Democratic Committee, the Bethlehem Democratic Committee, the Lotus Lounge, and more pages than I can name because my brain can't handle all that information at one time, or else it starts to throb and hurt and my face changes and all kinds of weird things happen. We thank you for being there. However, as you well know, if you would like to be part of the interactive chat where I can actually see you in the chat room, we need to have you at the home group page for the program, and that is called That Other Side of Information. It is a public group. We can see you there. You can also become a member of that group to be there on a more permanent basis, but it is That Other Side of Information where we will see you. You can say hello. You can put a comment there. You can put a question there. You can yell, disagree, argue, or agree, contribute, say hi, whatever. We will see you there That Other Side of Information is the home group page and the home base for everything The Kennedy Effect in the Facebook realm. For our friends, family, sisters, brothers in the Hot 101 world, hello again and welcome, and thank you for allowing us to be part of the Hot 101 family. We are very humbled and very proud to be part of that family. If you have not visited the main website, the homepage for hot101.net, they of course live on Facebook as well. We share our program there, but if you haven't visited the home website page for hot101.net, it was recently redesigned. It looks brilliant and it is extremely easy to use. You can listen to hot101.net there. You can also listen through their apps, the various apps. There is an Apple app at the Apple App Store. There is an app for Android at the Google Play Store. Or if you have the TuneIn Radio app, you can just search for hot101.net and you can listen through the TuneIn Radio app. And as I mentioned, of course, they do have the Facebook page. You can listen and watch us there. The Kennedy Effect world continues to expand. We have a new little piece of paper over my shoulder. It might be a little difficult to read, but all of the relevant information is there. I'm going to try to maneuver myself back to read it. You have the Facebook, That Other Side of Information. You can look for That Other Side of Information on YouTube, Instagram. You can look for That Other Side of Information. And the newest member of the group, you can live tweet the show, which apparently is a big deal. I'm new to the Twitter universe. I don't know if I like it yet or not, but it's a thing and I'm on it. So you can live tweet the show, as he tries to awkwardly bend back and point to the thing, at That Kennedy Talk. You can live tweet us at That Kennedy Talk and become reach the program, reach myself, ask questions, etc., etc., etc. And everything there, you can reach us there at That Kennedy Talk, and we will open up the phone line later in the program. After all of that verbal salad and all the different places that you can find the program, let me get to my guest. Some would say I saved the best for last on the parade of candidates as we come to our last Sunday program before the end of the election cycle. We would normally refer to Election Day as Election Day. But really, if you look at the way elections have grown and changed in the United States, really what Tuesday brings us is the end of the election cycle. We have early voting throughout the United States. We have mail-in voting throughout the United States. We have absentee voting throughout the United States. So what Tuesday really brings us is the end of the election cycle. So this is our last program before what is supposed to be the end of the election cycle. So who do I have on? Who did I save? Save the best for last. The candidate whose campaign is probably the very first campaign, as I thought about it, as I was putting the show announcement together, the very first campaign that I was honored enough and trusted enough to be made part of in this 2020 cycle, even though I was made part of it back in, I want to say, perhaps even August, as early as August of 2019. So our guest is someone who, I know I say it every week, but this could not be more true if it were put to an actual lie detector test. My guest is my friend, my dear friend, and someone who will be my friend for, God willing, to the end of my days. Thank goodness there are not many days left, but there will, to the whatever days I have left, this person will be my friend, and I'm honored by that, and I'm humbled by it. I was a member of the JCs. If any of you out there are familiar with the JCs, the Junior Chamber, for 25 years. And one of the things that I think the Democratic Party lacks and it could learn from the JCs is the way friendships are built outside of what we actually do inside the party. And this person, my guest this week, is someone that exactly fulfills that role. A friendship outside of what we do on a day-to-day basis in party politics. I've come to know her family. She knows me, and we can talk about things outside of politics, and we can ring each other up when it's just having a bad day. And I think that's a very important thing. And it's not always just, did you see the news? And did you see this good thing? And did you hear about this candidate? And did you hear about this piece of legislation? Sometimes it's just my kid's driving me nuts. And oh my goodness, look at that thing and that thing and that thing and the schools and the this and that and the other. So I'm honored to welcome my guest for this week and my friend, my dear friend, the Democratic nominee and candidate for the Pennsylvania State Senate in the 27th District, and that is Michelle Siegel. Michelle, after that very, very long and verbose introduction and business that we always take care of, I even forgot the email address, but we'll skip that for now. Michelle, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I echo everything.
Your return, I should say, your return to the program.
But I echo everything you said, because, you know, I met you on the Our Revolution calls, and we all became friends. And I think that to me has been one of the most amazing things about all of this. I have friends for a lifetime now, and that's a win no matter what, right?
Well, it's, you know, one of the biggest parts of JC's when I was part of it, again, if for all of you listening and watching, if you're not familiar with the JC's, just give it a quick internet search. DuckDuckGo if you don't want your search history followed, by the way. I more and more push DuckDuckGo. Or if you're, you know, a little more traditional and you want to use Google, have a go. Either way. But one of the most important things about the junior chamber and my time in it was this sense of friendship and community and camaraderie. Different chapters would visit other chapters. States would visit other states. We had state conventions. We had regional conventions. We had national conventions. Different chapters would run projects together. You met, even in smaller communities inside the chapters, you met folks from other parts of town that you didn't even know. And I get the sense sometimes that even though we meet people inside our party from different parts of our Commonwealth, and let's be honest, when you look at a map of the United States, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania may not be the largest landmass that sticks out at you, but drive it one of these days, and then you realize how big it is and how diverse it is. Go from Center City, Philadelphia out to where you live, and you'll see how different Pennsylvania can be. We don't always develop those friendships. We develop political, I hate using the word alliances because I hate using these war terms all the time, you know, enemies and allies, and I hate using these damn war terms all the time because this is not a shooting war. But we develop these connections, these political connections, but we tend to not always develop these personal connections. And it seems to me if we developed more personal connections, not just especially across party lines, but even inside of our own party, we would tend to shed the fallacy. And one of the things that hampers our party a lot, I think, is that your success does not come at my failure, and my success does not come at your expense, but that we rise and fall together. And our party seems to be plagued with a lot of that, by the way, in my humble opinion, that if I'm doing something successful, I must be climbing on the backs of somebody else, and it must be coming at someone else's expense, instead of the fact that we're friends first. That if something, God forbid, happens, you have a pipe burst in the house and you need somewhere to stay, that bed that I'm pointing at, by the way, that's you all can't see because as I open the program every week, this is my second bedroom, literally. That bed's there for you. And I think we tend to forget that first, instead of just a partner in legislation or a partner in voting or a partner in campaigning. And I'm wondering what even though I'm skipping my traditional opening question, I'm wondering what you think of that sometimes. That we miss that.
Yes,
we tend to skip over that.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody could benefit in any party or anything if building friendships. That's only going to make you stronger. It's going to make you more united. It's going to make you how do I say this? I think it's going to help you even get your message out. I don't know if that's making any sense, but if you're running on a message of unity and stuff, you need to live that, right? We can't just speak it, we need to live it. And that's always been very important to me. It's acknowledging the people that I've met in my life. I mean, I knew my campaign manager a little bit from high school. I didn't know her too well, and I bumped into her at a Snyder County committee event, and she's like, "Yeah, I'd like to help for you with your campaign." And I'm like, "Would you like to be campaign manager?" And she said, "Sure, you don't have one yet?" I said, "No, I'm just starting. I'd love to have you." And she's my best friend. Like, I've been through war with her, and I will always have her back. And I know she has mine. I know she's picked me up in days when I wanted to just give up. I wouldn't, like, I can't emphasize enough that this campaign is literally like, I used to say, when it was going into last winter, it's just two girls in sweatpants. Like, that's who's running this campaign. Like, it's literally two girls who decided to try to make change. And, win or lose, I think that's an amazing message. And it's something that I'm proud of with this campaign.
Well, since I derailed the start of the program, but then again, presenter's prerogative, I derailed us. I'm going to try to put us back on track just a tiny bit. Let me get back to the traditional beginning of the program, a question I have hit you with before, but it's been quite a few months since you've been here. Regular watchers and viewers of the program will know that we had a program in the summer, I believe it was, of a roundtable of new first-time candidates, folks who are brand new to the process, folks who have never run for any level of office before. One of the participants in that week's program was Michelle. So I have asked you this question before, but I will do it again for folks who may not have been with us on that particular week. Who is Michelle Siegel, and how did you get here?
So Michelle Siegel is just a rural girl. I am just born and raised in the middle of, central Pennsylvania. And that's it. That's me. That's literally why I decided to do this, because I have watched my rural community and rural communities throughout the Commonwealth just enter a period of anger, of sadness. I remember my grandparents always telling me about, Sunbury was the place where you went shopping. It was like the little New York City, and this and that. And you just watch these towns and they're dying. Everything is being sucked out of them. And I guess for me, it just was, I want it to be better. And I think we need more rural voices in politics. It doesn't, especially on the Democratic side, and I cannot emphasize that enough. It needs to come from the Democratic side. It needs to be somebody that's echoing the issues that are going on in their district from somebody that lived it. And I think that's also why you have some of this in politics right now, where you have like this urban and rural, like, not understanding each other, but truthfully, a lot of their issues are the same. But there's an anger in rural Pennsylvania because they do not feel that anybody is championing their issues in Harrisburg. They think it's all, Philly, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, that's making the decisions. They have nobody there trying to fight for them. And that's why we decided to do this, because that has to change. Our rural communities that have been so gerrymandered by Republicans that there's not even a chance for a Democrat to get their voice out, to have a platform, to have a chance to say, no, that's not what's actually going on. We just get fed information based on their talking points. in the media, in the newspaper, on the radio, constantly. And there's never a counter that says, hey, did you know that that bill actually didn't do any of that? And this is what it actually did. And I think if you really want to make lasting change in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you need to flip the red districts. You need to flip these rural districts where incumbents have been sitting for generations. That's the key to fixing the problems in Pennsylvania. And I will go down fighting with that, because I there's too many people being ignored. The majority of Pennsylvania is rural, right? That's just the reality of the situation. And they are being fed lies constantly, and broken promises. And then they get more angry, and they get more angry, and they get more angry. And it's sad, because I'm not somebody that likes, I don't fight with people. If you don't agree with me on politics, I'm not one of those people that's going to argue in your face. I just don't think that's helpful. I think sometimes some of these people just want to be heard, though. So sometimes, like, I've been campaigning and out there at those farmers markets and listening to these voters, it's just a little bit of an acknowledgement of, it's not that they don't actually hate Democrats. I've not had anybody say that to me. It's just it's almost like they want to believe there's still good Democrats out there, because most of these people, especially in the 27th district, used to be Democrats. And then they didn't see all this stuff they were promised, and they went the other way, and they got angry. So
where do you think the Democratic Party lost rural Pennsylvania, or where do you think rural Pennsylvania was taken from the Democratic Party?
Probably since Reagan. I think that's when it started to spiral out of control in rural Pennsylvania. I'm 39 years old. I've literally watched it happen throughout my entire life. I've watched people move from the Democratic Party. I watched them get angrier and angrier and angrier and redder and redder and redder. So that would be my rough estimate. But I also think you could go back to even maybe Nixon started. Honestly, when you started destroying unions, that's what made up a lot of rural Pennsylvania. It was union.
Let me take the risk of cutting you off right there, because if you had Reagan on your Kennedy effect bingo card, you may check it off right now. And again, I should have, when George was on with us earlier, and I know George is listening, we forgot to make the Kennedy effect bingo card and put it up on Facebook. We need to do that. I'm making a mental note, and I'm speaking to George right at this moment. We need to make a Kennedy effect bingo card and begin to post it weekly. So if you had Reagan on your Reagan in 1980 on your, or 80 January 20th of 81 on your bingo card, you may check it off right now. Also, Michelle mentioned Nixon. If you had Nixon on your card, you can check that off too. You're getting closer to bingo all the time. That said, the destruction of unions. Why, at the risk of cutting you short, and I apologize for that, but we have a long time here. We'll get into everything. How has rural PA, as someone who is 39 and only grown up in a post-Reagan United States, unlike me, who is 51 going on 151, and can actually remember a time before Reagan, how has rural Pennsylvania been convinced that there was somehow that there was no country before Reagan, or that country was somehow wrong, evil, didn't work, you know, how have people who are obviously not 100%, gosh, I know exactly what I want to ask you. And it's a very difficult question to ask and not sound either condescending or somehow like I'm asking it from 100,000 feet. But all of rural Pennsylvania is obviously not poor, but it's obviously not swimming in wealth either. Let's just be blunt. How do people who are having a hard time living from week to week get convinced somehow that the destruction of their way of life by one party is somehow good for them, and yet also at the same time the fault of the party who's been protecting them the whole time? How does that happen?
It's Rush Limbaugh and Newt Gingrich. It's been, I mean, let's back up here and go back and say the Republican Party, the GOP, was genius on Operation Red Map. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly how to feed into the same anger and build it and make it so anything a Democrat says is a lie. It doesn't matter what a Democrat says. They are the party of liars. That is what has been fed into their heads. It's this. But I do think, though, from the one thing that I have noticed on this campaign trail is when you're at these farmers markets and like a Trump supporter will come up to you, the first thing they would say out of their mouth to me is, "I used to be a Democrat." It was like, that is the one thing that was really interesting to me. That was almost like they were clearing their conscience. Like they wanted to acknowledge that they did actually agree with me on some stuff. But that's what I found interesting. And there's like this idea, I think, that they do want to believe that there are good Democrats that would fight for them. It's almost like it would lift a weight if that happened to them. Like it's really been interesting to me to hear what they say. And there hasn't been any, well, you know, I'm done. I'm not going to vote. Most people were open when I have a conversation, like, yeah, I really like your platform. I like what you're saying. I'm really going to consider voting for you. That's what I found really interesting. It wasn't, you're a Democrat, I'm done, walk away. Of course, there's always going to be people like that, but we had people coming up to our tables and starting a conversation. That was mind-boggling. And they had Trump 2020 hats on. I think people want hope. They want real hope. They want to believe that the Democratic Party that they were in might still exist somewhere. That's what I think is at least happening with the people that I've talked to.
So you've been lucky.
Yeah.
Like truly lucky. The conversations that you've had with, and by the way, I separate the two of them, with Trump supporters and self-identified Republicans, because I happen to believe that they are two separate groups.
They are two separate groups, yeah.
You've had a lot of luck in that your interactions with those two groups of people have been primarily congenial and peaceful, and they've been conversational. They haven't been shouting arguments. You haven't been threatened with firearms. You haven't had militias surround your tables, and you haven't been greeted at the doors. Well, you haven't been canvassing, but you haven't been, when you're doing lit drops or walking through towns or whatever types of outdoor campaigning you've been doing, you haven't been greeted by the militia, the self-identified militia, by the way, because there are no legal militias in this country. Just as an aside, folks, there's no legal militias in this country. There's a National Guard. There are police. There are National Guard. There are no legal militias. So you haven't been greeted with any of that. But when you try to have these conversations and try to get to the heart of the fact that, folks, you know, you have to listen not to just what you've been told, but sort of wipe the fog off the windscreen and actually listen to what I'm saying to you. How is that going? Or how has it been going?
I mean, I haven't really, other than like trolls on Facebook and stuff, we haven't really had like people attacking us.
But when someone, what I'm saying is when you have that conversation and they, even though the tone is low, the voice level's low, some of them are still saying, you're a Democrat. I don't believe Democrats do this, Democrats do that, tax, spend, blah, 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 blah. You're trying to penetrate that bubble. What successes have you had, or how have you penetrated that bubble? Because you have to stand in front of somebody and say, because I've done it too, in the other different hats that I wear other than presenter of this program, and say, because I get to do it in different ways because I'm not running for anything. You are. I get to be a lot more direct. I get to be a little more angry. I get to be a little more in your face about it. You don't. But how do those conversations go? How are you able to say, look, you got to break down the bubble and listen. Don't listen to what you're being told. Listen to the conversation that you and I are having and try to think about what I'm telling you.
Yeah, so I think that, again, typically it's letting them talk first is what the way I approach it. Let them make their points, let them get out their anger, and then I acknowledge it, because I think that is what a lot of this is. They want that anger acknowledged, that they feel like government has abandoned them, and it's the Democratic Party. That's what they're taught to believe, and it's pulling them back, right? I have to pull them back, and I don't use anybody's names. I don't reference a politician or somebody in office unless I need to. I'll typically reference Kennedy because they love Kennedy. Many rural Republicans, they have an affinity for Kennedy. I haven't really.
Isn't that odd?
Yeah,
After all these decades that they still.
Well, it's the one thing. Like
President Kennedy is still the Democrat that they identify with, and
absolutely, it is the one thing that I found fascinating. That is, well, I loved Kennedy, and then in the 80s, I turned to the Republican Party, or in the 90s, I turned to the Republican Party, or in this last election, I turned to the Republican Party. Like it's been very interesting hearing that, but I don't know. Like, Jeff, it's hard for me to answer this question because I haven't really had many people outside of being attacked on Facebook do that to me. We ended up, once I let them get their anger out, then it was a conversation about, what needs to be done. And here's what I'm proposing. And here's the Rural Bill of Rights. And here's what needs to be addressed. And they love the Rural Bill of Rights because it's everything that they have seen for decades be ripped from them. They are very civil liberties minded, keep the government out of my personal business, but I do acknowledge that there's the kids. Yeah, they're playing this game right now, and there's like 3 or 4 of them in the house, just FYI, so everybody knows where that's coming from. There's this acknowledgement that they know stuff isn't good, but nobody, I think, has typically run directly on the issues that they've seen in their eyes. And I think might be the difference. And I think that that's what the Rural Bill of Rights has done. And I think that's why the other thing is weird. Like, they would come to me, like they would just, we're sitting at the table and they would come up to me and be like, I agree with this. Or I agree with, the farm one specifically. I'm a farmer. Or I agree with the, the infrastructure one. That's what I find interesting. Again, it's almost, to me, like going through this in my head and like talking to these voters, it's almost, to me, it's like there's a part of some of these people that wants to believe there still are Democrats that want to fight for them. And there's still people that want to fight for them. And that I have found really interesting. I haven't got anybody, again, other than some Facebook trolls, that have said to me, oh, well, she's a D-rat, you can't vote for her. I've not had anybody say that to my face.
I just have to say, I'm not laughing at your answer. I'm just wondering if you're going to have a house left at the end of this interview.
Yeah, I mean, it's my husband's making dinner and my kids are running around, or my son and his friends are running around playing the new.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's just great. Look, I've said just for everyone listening and or watching at home live, or even on the recording, whenever you're watching the program, and you hear stuff like that in the background, especially since the onset of this pandemic. Look, we're just human beings here, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're doing all this from home. I happen to live alone. I just have the 2 cats. I've actually closed the door so that they don't come in and have a shout. Michelle has her husband and the kids, all there. And it's just, Patty Smith was with us 2 weeks ago. She had the dogs right at her feet having a go. I mean, we're just human beings here, aren't we? Yes, Michelle's running for office and it's a big deal. And, there's a level of decorum that we all tend to associate with a political candidate, suits, ties, and, formalities and curtains and lecterns and, big microphones and, and so on. But then this has changed everything, isn't it? We're all living, we're doing these things from at home, and just that, those noises and sounds in the background reminds, I think, all of us, and forgive me, Michelle, I'm kind of speaking past Michelle a little bit at this point, to all of you listening and watching, on all the different various platforms, that these are human beings running for these offices. They're running for the good ones. The proper ones are running for altruistic reasons. And that, by the way, is exactly how the founders intended it, was to run for altruistic reasons, not for self-aggrandizement, not for profit, not for gain, but for altruism, for service. Politics is not. I have gained a bit of a nickname in my time in politics. I am thought of a tiny bit as a master of the dark arts, and politics does have a bit of the dark arts to it. But I also happen to believe that politics is the vehicle through which the everyday person can be helped and served. It is the method through which society, you hear me talk about it at the end of every program. Don't shout at each other, have a conversation. Politics is that. It is the method through which we can rebuild this society. When we talk about Reagan, among the myriad of things that he was wrong about is, we are not a collection of rugged individuals. We are a community. We are a society. Yes, we are individuals in that I may have a different favorite sports team, or even favorite sport, or different style of foods that I happen to enjoy, a different type of paint color I happen to like on the walls from Michelle, or from Kristen, or from any of the folks that happen to be in the chat room, or the hundreds of people on Twitter or Facebook, or the thousands of people on Facebook, by the way, we all have different tastes in that way. But at the end of the day, when it snows, we all contribute to the truck that plows away the snow. We all contribute to the school where all of our children go to get educated about the society from which that we all contribute. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. And politics is the vehicle through which we serve in that society. It is not the only vehicle, it is a vehicle. And the good ones, like the woman I'm speaking to right now, do it for the sake of service. They don't do it for the sake of profit. Government is not here to be profitable. It is here for service. It's 5:41 on the Eastern time zone of the United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for the very first day of November. Coming toward the end of the very first day of November on a miserable weather day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Wherever you are on Facebook, again, throughout the maybe 60 plus places where we share the program, we are thrilled that you are here, each and every single one of you. Wherever you fall on the political spectrum, we are thrilled that you are here. However, you can continue to watch and listen wherever page you might be on right now, and whether you are with us live or watching the recording later on in the week, we are just happy that you are here. If you are watching live and you would like to join the interactive chat, please hop on over to the home base for the Kennedy Effect. That is our group page titled That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information. There are about 8 people in the chat right now. We're having a bit of a chat going on in there. You can put comments and questions in there as well. We'll be opening the phone line probably a bit after 6 p.m. Eastern time. You may also, I have descended into the dark realm of Twitter. You may tweet the program. Even saying it makes me feel a bit strange and odd, but you may live tweet the program at That Kennedy Talk. At That Kennedy Talk. You may live tweet the program. I have to be honest, I have the Twitter up on my one laptop here. If you were to tweet me at this moment, I'm not even sure how you would see it, because I happen to have this long feed. I would hope that it would somehow alert me that I would see it. I think I see it in mentions. I haven't got a clue, to be honest. I really don't. George will tell me how I find that. But if you you can live tweet the program. Comments, questions, arguments, disagreements, agreements, anything that you wish, for myself, for Michelle, contribute to the program. Generally speaking, you can reach the program that way. To our sisters and brothers at hot101.net, thank you again for welcoming us into your home, your devices. If you're listening in the car, if you're at the main website page, the apps, the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, or through the TuneIn Radio app, you can listen to hot101.net. We are proud to be part of the hot101.net family. If you have a product, a service, a business, anything that you wish to promote, I don't know why Siri just woke up, you can do that by emailing us at thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. That is also yet another way that you can reach the program with comments, questions, show suggestions, guests, etc., etc., etc. Thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. That came out very smooth, didn't it? Thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. And again, shortly after 6, probably after 6 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States, we will be opening the phone line. And oh, by the way, if you did not change your clocks, yes, that time is correct. It is 5:44 Eastern time. If you think it's 6:44, you are incorrect. It is 5:44 Eastern time here in the United States. You mentioned the Rural Bill of Rights. I think it is an absolute stroke of genius, by the way. It is I don't think I'm exaggerating, perhaps. You are welcome to correct me, of course, if I'm wrong. After all, it is your platform. I happen to believe it is the keystone of the arch of your campaign. It is a plank of 10. Well, I will let you describe it and walk us through it. But one of the things that I really want to get to after you describe it and walk us through it, it is a plank of, it is 10 points that the party opposite us consistently tries to tell everyone that they believe in and are fighting for, and yet I haven't seen a single member of the party opposite join you in this effort. So why don't you tell us about the Rural Bill of Rights? If you'd like to read it, have at it. Just walk us through the Rural Bill of Rights. We can spend as much time on it as we need to. And again, then I want to get more into a little bit of the political, what I actually believe is the political genius behind it, to be perfectly blunt.
Yeah, so by the way, we did, I believe Kristen did send it to the Republicans in the state to sign on, and I don't think a single one did. So they were, I believe that most of them were invited to the Constitution Day signing. So where did the Rural Bill of Rights come from? I mean, literally, I've been thinking about this in my head a lot because I've been wondering that myself. And it just like, I don't know, it just popped into my head one day that what would be an easier and succinct way for constituents to get my platform immediately and understand. And I guess it also came from the fact that rural people love rights. Like they want to know that the government is upholding their rights. So it just, to me, it kind of clicked in my head. Okay, that would be a great way to put this out, like a rural bill of rights, because it would be a great way to make a stamp and say, hey, you haven't done this. You haven't been doing any of this stuff. You know, we're paying our taxes. We're feeding into this, into the Commonwealth. But we have not seen anything back in Pennsylvania. We haven't seen it working for us. So it's kind of a way for them to say, you know what, we have rights and you have ignored our rural voice. So it was also a way for me to succinctly like get my platform together. So it was easy for people to understand and easy for me to get out, because there was so many issues that I keep going on. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to add this. I got to add that. How am I going to do this in a way? So that's kind of where it came from. And then, you know, I just kind of sat down and started working it in my head. Like, what are 10 things in rural Pennsylvania that need to be addressed, that need to be fixed? You know, and the first one was access to hospitals and healthcare. And that came right out of the fact that I've watched a local hospital close its doors last fall. It started, you know, that was like one of the first things that Kristen and I went to. It was I believe it was a commissioner's meeting or something for Sunbury, and they were discussing how UPMC that had bought in that hospital that was a community hospital for 125 years, you know, in the community for 125 years. And they wanted to get out of paying taxes, and it was going to really burden Shikellamy School District, which is already in a lot of debt. So I went to the hearing, I listened, and they were denied. It didn't happen. And there was supposed to be an appeal process that didn't happen. They bought Sunbury Hospital in a deal with another hospital. I don't think they ever fully intended to leave it open. I think they were just going to be like, hey, let's see if it makes some money. You know, they said they were going to invest all this stuff and do all these renovations. And the nurses had said they bought toilet paper rolls and they bought paper towel rolls. That was their investment. And then at the end of 2019, they announced, well, we're closing it. And it officially closed I believe the ER officially closed at the end of January, and the whole hospital officially closed March 31st, 2020. the first case of COVID in Northumberland County was March 17th, 2020. So we lost 63 hospital beds. And this is a hospital that provided care for, other places. Like a lot of people in Snyder County, myself went to that hospital most of their life when there was an emergency or they needed, to see a doctor. And that's really was really important to me. And then also just, access to hospitals and healthcare in general. We need to make sure, we're not gutting rural healthcare at the state level, that we're not cutting rural trauma, that we're not cutting rural oncology, that we're not cutting Medicaid, which my opponent has voted for, for all these things. I believe in his career, he has cut, the initial cut was $127 million. And then they snuck back in $55 million. I think they realized this was a little too problematic. So, a net cut of $72 million. So don't tell me you didn't cut it. It happened. We've went through the bills. And some other things that I started to notice in them, we have a great intern. He loves reading bills. So he was going through these. And the one that was really concerning was the one that allowed them to basically stop, I believe it was like a tax credit or something. So if your hospital, they repealed this thing. So basically a hospital, if you have more people on Medicaid, that hospital is basically in essence being taxed more. And what do you have in rural Pennsylvania? A lot of more lower income, a lot of trending older residents who use Medicaid. 40% of elderly use Medicaid. So what was going to happen in Pennsylvania? Those hospitals were going to start getting financially burdened because you took away the one thing that was helping them. It's downright, it's disgusting. So that was the one that we definitely wanted to make number one, because I think healthcare is something that, too many people in rural Pennsylvania know somebody that has a GoFundMe. Way too many people to pay a medical bill.
By the way, GoFundMe is the third largest method through which folks in the United States fund healthcare costs.
Yeah, and the other thing that needs to be said about Medicaid, because we have this stigma about Medicaid that it's like, oh, we're helping really poor people. Like, it just, look what happened to me. I was in my, very early 20s. I needed a surgery. I was still on my parents' healthcare in private insurance, and they deny me, appeal, deny me, appeal, deny me, appeal, deny me. And finally, the hospital was like, I think you should declare yourself an independent and apply for Medicaid. And that's what I had to do to have a surgery taken care of. So we need to stop this stigma that it's just certain
for all intent and purpose, you had to, I'm going to use some different language, but I'm going to use the different language to try to illustrate what we're talking about. For all intent and purpose, you had to divorce your parents.
Yeah.
To become a single person, single entity, so that you could become poor enough to qualify for Medicaid to get the surgery you needed to stay alive.
Yeah.
Do I have that right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, that welcome to the American healthcare system. Like,
God bless America.
Yeah. That is literally what I had to do. Like, watching my parents upset, watching me stressed out and upset that I literally had to go on government healthcare because my private insurance that my hardworking parents paid into wouldn't pay it. And even the small business owner was like, what the heck? We pay for this. Why are you not paying for her service? It was just mind-boggling.
So let me get a little more direct on this than you can as a candidate or would. Your parents were doing at the time all of the things that the party opposite us, all of the sound bites, all of the catchphrases, all of the bumper stickers that we get sold and fed and were drilled into our heads. Not mine, thank God. I never bought it from the beginning, but which doesn't make me smarter or anything than anyone else. I just never bought it from the beginning. I have to say, remember, the Republican, let me go back a little bit into history. The Republican primary leading up to the 1980 presidential election between George Herbert Walker Bush and Ronald Reagan, it was George Herbert Walker Bush, who eventually became Reagan's vice president, who turned to Reagan on the stage and said that it was all voodoo economics. How do you cut taxes and raise revenue? It's math, and it doesn't work. And he was right. So all of those happy little quotes and phrases and bumper stickers that we were sold about working hard, doing the right thing, family values, and all of that other bull, your parents did all that. And you tree hugger, had the audacity to get ill. And all of the things that your parents did to take care of you, sorry, denied. Because you didn't happen to just get ill, you happened to get ill in a very expensive way. Mm-hmm. You weren't profitable, Michelle. How dare you? The audacity of you not to be profitable, not to be someone that we could collect premiums on and then never have to pay them back out. God, you are arrogant, aren't you? And so what did you have to do to have a life-saving surgery? In essence, divorce your own parents and go on government assistance.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what happened, and it was
exactly like the America that Reagan designed.
Yeah, and it was a nightmare. It was hard for my parents. It was hard for me. It was just like, the veil was lifted on what's really going on here. We've been paying into this health insurance for a really long time, and the one time we need you to do something, you say it's experimental and she doesn't need it. Denied. Doctor after doctor writing a letter. She needs the surgery. She needs the surgery. She has to have the surgery. Denied.
Because you weren't profitable.
Yep.
When the healthcare professionals said, you need this, the bookkeeper said, sorry, just don't think it's profitable. Sorry. Denied. Not that you wanted to go out and buy an Aston Martin, or that the three of you wanted to go out and buy a 10-bedroom home. Nope. You had the audacity to need a surgery.
Yeah, my mom just messaged me when we went to the assistance office, apparently, to file to get on Medicaid. She said that I said, I hate this, that I can't do it. So I had to do this myself. Now I remember sitting that assistance off. I remember this. It was mind-boggling at 20, 21 years old that I had to do this. I still can't wrap my head around it, but I'll tell you what, the 2 years that I was on that, because you get so much, they allow so much time, no issue getting anything paid for. Anything my doctors needed done for me, it got approved. I didn't have to go into appeals. I didn't have to scream and yell and bawl. It was all paid for. And that was a nice, at least, reprieve for a little while that I had that, you know. I mean, but it's not anything any parents want to watch their child do. I want to just back up here a second and let's. I felt, and I know now that I'm a parent, that my parents must have felt like failures because it was their insurance they were paying for that denied their daughter. Do you know how hard that must be for a parent to have to watch your daughter that already needed a medical procedure now have to go through the awful and tedious and demoralizing process of fighting an insurance company and then having to go on Medicaid? That, I think that is something that doesn't get brought up enough. The psychological and emotional impact that this stuff has on people that are ill, and the people that are like my parents that don't understand why this was happening. That doesn't get talked about enough. Yeah, we look at the financials, but there is an emotional and connection, and there's an emotional issue also going on here. You don't need this stress. When you are sick, when you are battling cancer, when you are battling Parkinson's, when you are battling lupus, you don't need the extra mental stress to fight your insurance to pay for the things you need to live. And I will go back to the fact, and I will say this again, the current people that are in the Republican Party right now, they are a death cult. I don't know what else to say anymore. What the icing on the cake with me, Jeff, was sitting since this pandemic and watching the Harrisburg State Senate literally passing bills that were going to kill people. And then yelling at the governor who had the audacity, right, to veto them. Literally, like that, it was literally what was going on. And that was not getting conveyed to the constituents of Pennsylvania. They didn't tell you about their death bills. That is the problem here. They didn't tell about the bills that were just going to open nursing homes for a free-for-all when it's COVID, and those people are the most susceptible to this disease. That is what's getting lost in all of this. And then it was, how dare Governor Wolf? And I want to back up here in a second that say that I was like just a person with Governor Wolf to begin with, but on this, he did a really good job. He's been doing a good job. I have to give that to him, because this is mind-boggling. It was like the veil, I hope, was lifted for a lot of people about who these people are in office right now. They do not care if we live or die. And I think before that, cases like mine, stuff that's, Kristen's also had issues with getting stuff paid. Those were just kind of written off. I hope people see now who these people are in office right now. They have revealed themselves. You couldn't get my mom PPE. You couldn't get our essential and frontline workers hazard pay, but you sure passed a bill that's going to allow robots, and I cannot believe I'm even saying this, passed a bill that they're PDEs, personal delivery devices, which I can understand why maybe you need that during a pandemic. But again, if you would have got the workers their PPE, you wouldn't need it. It's going to help Amazon. It's going to help CVS. That's who's going to benefit from it, because they don't want to pay to properly, get
They want
workers.
to pay human beings. Let's just be, they don't want to pay human beings.
Exactly. They want to get rid of workers. That's what that bill is. And what was interesting in that bill is the memo on that bill said to tackle a highly infectious virus. It said that in there, when they have been lying to these people for months and saying it's not that bad. Nursing homes can be completely open. It's not that bad. You don't need it. You don't need to wear masks. It's not that bad. You don't need PPE to work. But we passed a bill that literally acknowledged that's that bad, that we need robots. I swear to God, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Your government was legislating to kill you. Everybody listening to this right now, That was going on in Harrisburg. And you were not being told that, because all they wanted to do was point the finger back at Wolf and say, he's a dictator. He's a dictator. It just, this is exactly what is wrong with politics. That, you know, they were fine and they were getting along and they were working together March until about the middle of April, when the powers above realized that Wolf's approval rating was getting too high. That was going to be a problem in an election year for down ballot Democrats. Can't have that. So we're going to pull away and go completely partisan. And that's when we have a major, huge problem in this state and in this country, when that happens, because they've abandoned us. They have abandoned us to play games. And I want to back up here and say a second. I watched the Democrats on the floor trying to say, just pass the PPE, just pass the hazard pay. We'll do whatever you like. It was starting to get desperate, right? Just we'll do whatever you want. Just get this stuff through so we can get this done. And it wasn't happening. It was not happening. Most of them, a lot of the amendments, they didn't even want to hear. And then they cut a nursing loan forgiveness program right in the middle of the pandemic. So the nurses who are literally on the phone on SEIU calls, bawling because they don't have PPA, bawling because people are dying, you cut their nursing loan forgiveness. I literally, I wish it was on TV. I wish it was just live on every radio, every day, on every news channel, so people could actually see what was going on. Because
remember, we got the additional, I believe I have the timing of this right. You, of course, are happy to correct me if I have the timing wrong. Anyone is always happy to correct me when I get things wrong. I'm a human being. I get things wrong all the time. We also were able to get the additional roughly, because the bill is not able to be accurately calculated at its expense. Yeah. We were able to get the roughly additional $650 million in fossil fuel giveaways done during this pandemic as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When it was time to pass that bill,
we got that done.
Yeah, got that done.
We got that done. Thank goodness.
They got the bill done that they claimed was a bill that was going to help nursing homes. But
that was in the Allegheny Schuylkill area, dumping in the river, fossil fuel giveaway, tax giveaway. It's roughly in the $650 million range, although even authors of the bill will concede that they can't accurately calculate the actual economic impact that it will have. Can't narrow that down. It is an estimated $650 million additional fossil fuel giveaway on top of the $3.2 billion that we give away annually to the fossil fuel industry.
Oh, it was, again, it's mind-boggling.
We got that done during a pandemic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because that was necessary. That was.
But we couldn't get PPE, and I got a sneaky feeling, Michelle. You don't have to agree with me if you do not wish. I have a sneaky feeling that if former Governor Corbett, had handled this pandemic in exactly the same way as Governor Wolf has handled it, that's somehow would have been okay.
Oh, absolutely. Look at Ohio. Sometimes he's been even harsher than Wolf has on some stuff.
That would be the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine.
And that never gets brought up, right? We don't talk about that. And I've literally, said in these forums with my opponent, are you then advocating if Wolf should be impeached? Are you then advocating that he should be impeached? Because he's been a little bit stricter on some stuff. Is that what you're advocating? And they just looked at me like a deer in headlights. Well, yeah, because they have no answer, because we're just being so partisan. They know it's never going to happen. They know they were never going to impeach the governor. They know they were never going to get it through. They know this. And that's what's even more upsetting. That was even what upset me more. They're still going back and they're trying to get the 2/3 to over. And I'm sitting there like, why are you wasting our time and tax dollars? And why are you not getting our school situations fixed?
Well, because that's a lot easier than legislating.
Well, yeah, but I'm literally there sitting like, why are you?
It's all part of the same. It's all part of the same thing. That's a lot easier than legislating. It's the same way that it's the same reason that we title the let's get the PPE to the nurses bill when we give $650 million to fossil fuels. The bill says we're going to give $650 million to fossil fuels and never give PPE to nurses ever, but we'll title it the Let's Give PPE to Nurses bill. And all anybody ever sees reported in the news is the legislature passed the Let's Give PPE to Nurses bill. And then when we go out and campaign and we'll say, I voted for the Let's Give PPE to Nurses bill.
Yep. Oh, and
But the body of the bill says we're going to give $650 million to fossil fuels because no one ever reads the bills. And I have said on this program a myriad of times, if you tune into this program and you watch it on a regular basis, live recorded over the 50 to 60 different places, Instagram, LinkedIn, wherever you watch the program, I say this on a regular basis. I can't read the damn things either. They're like Shakespeare. They're full of legalese, the whereas and with tos and whatnots and you name it. I can't read the damn things either. But one of the great things that the Republican Party does is I'm staring past Michelle at this point into the camera. One of the great things that the Republican Party does is they always name the legislation pretty much the exact opposite of what it does.
Exactly.
If they name the bill, nurses are the single most important people on the planet, and we're going to do everything to protect them, Bill, you can pretty well be assured it's going to screw them.
Well, Jeff, they did that with the nursing home bill, right? They claimed that there was a bill that was going to help nursing homes. It was going to get all this stuff. And then it literally was just a bill that funneled money to a corporation. That's what happened. Like, that's what, and then they can parade around and say, we passed a nursing home bill. We helped nursing home. I'm just, it's so disingenuous. And the thing is, I have a little, we have a little Facebook Messenger chat with just average people in this area. And we'll dump these bills in and we gut them in like 20 minutes. It's mind-boggling that just like these average people that don't read bills, that have no legislative background, we sit there and we're like, what is this? What does this mean? Why did you change the definition of this? Why are you testing? I mean, it changed the definition of a communicable disease to try to get something done. And I'm like, this is so horrifying. This is what we're doing in government. We are trying to make people, like you said, we title the legislation one thing so that people think, oh God, that sounds wonderful. They're doing their job. And then you look at it and it literally doesn't do that. And there's broadband bills that are like that, they've taken a lot of the bidding process out of these bills. So how is a taxpayer getting the best money? And then they set up boards to decide who gets these deals. Well, you guarantee their donors are going to be sitting on those boards and they're the ones that are going to decide who gets the money. It's just so, and that's why every time I'm around my opponent, I just want to like jump across the table because I cannot believe.
He knows that too, sadly, but I mean,
I cannot believe this.
He knows that and he does that to you, by the way, but still.
I know, but it just, again, all of this changed in my mind. Some of it I was willing to just be like, but when the pandemic hit, and that's what they started legislating, death bills to make money, I am sitting there and like, I cannot believe I am living in a country where this is happening. I cannot believe that I am living in a country and in a state, in a commonwealth that this is what's happening. That they are legislating that could kill my child. That and it's so, as a parent, it is gut-wrenching reading these bills. And then finding out, I talked to a teacher in Shamokin at it was a music festival or something like that. And she said, yeah, our district was supposed to get some money. And then we found out that a lot of it went to non-brick and mortar cyber schools. Why were they getting money?
Well, because they're profitable. That's why. Because they're run by for-profit corporations who then take a piece of that profit and donate it back into the Republican Party and Republican candidates in the form of campaign donations. The best investment in the country at the moment, not just in the Commonwealth, but in the country, is a politician. Citizens United made that, codified that into law. It started with the Buckley decision in the 60s. In the 70s, 74, I want to say, the Buckley versus Vallejo Supreme Court decision, and moved forward and, just ended the discussion with the Citizens United decision. I don't want to necessarily break off of the tangent that we're on. I shouldn't even say it's a tangent. It's an excellent line of discussion. I just want to try to inflect the Commonwealth had two or maybe 3 days this week of its highest case totals since April. I want to say it was Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. When we look around the country, 45% of all of the people tested in the Green Bay, Wisconsin area tested positive. 27% of all the people tested in the so Ashley Shea is nice enough to mention in the chat that other side of information on Facebook. 27% of all the people tested in the Amarillo, Texas area tested positive and are in fact in hospital. Field hospitals are again being set up in Wisconsin, in Texas. 42 states are seeing increases in cases. The red states are now double red states. They are not just politically red, they are red insofar as their increase in cases as we continue to push the quote unquote reopening of the economy. We saw a very false, very paper thin GDP growth number this week. Why do you fear that we are going to see a repeat of March, April, May, and June? Maybe not June, but March, April, May all over again.
You mean with the cases?
Just the whole guidelines and guidance of a closing of the economy. Dr. Fauci is talking about a very, very bleak winter.
Oh, it's absolutely going to be bleak because we didn't give people the right information for months, so now they don't think it's serious. They don't want to wear masks, and it's so frustrating. And I think you're seeing other countries across the world do it right now, right? Like,
The UK has locked down yet again. I hate using the word lockdown because it makes it, again, I think it sounds like a military term. It sounds like a prison term. It's not. We are not in prison. We are not at war. Belgium has done the same. Portions of Spain have done the same thing. Portions of France have done the same thing, as has Germany. The third largest death total on the planet right now is Russia. Brazil is doing the same thing. We are seeing cases. The only places that we're seeing zero, there is now a zero case count in Australia. New Zealand is wide open. We're nations that took this, that went from 0 to 100 miles an hour, shall we say, about attacking this virus with stay-at-home guidelines, everything shut down, paying their people, by the way, pay massive government spending, a huge social safety net, paying businesses, foregoing rents and mortgages, all of it. We're now seeing New Zealand with zero cases, zero transmission. Australia, the same, and not a small landmass, by the way, Australia, not exactly a small population. We are seeing case counts in Canada, but nothing like the United States. Same for Mexico. And by the way, they border us. It's geography. You can look at a map. It's easy to look up. I don't want to run away from the Rural Bill of Rights. We could spend the rest of the program on it if you wish. I'm not trying to get us off of that topic. I'm just saying, do you see a very bleak winter inside the Commonwealth and across the United States? Because I do, sadly.
Yes. Oh, I think it's going to be. It's already starting. Like it's already starting. I mean, you already have 50% of Americans that are worried that a medical issue is going to bankrupt them, and that's what's going to happen.
Let's remember to build on what Michelle just mentioned. We mentioned this on the program nearly weekly. 40% of all the folks in America, there are roughly 330 million Americans, 40% of all the folks in America cannot absorb, handle, plan for, cannot afford a $400 emergency. If that emergency becomes $1,000, 60% of the population cannot afford a $1,000 emergency. Conversely, the richest 4 people in the country hold as much wealth as the bottom 60% of the country. Those wealth disparity figures are worse than they were before the Great Depression. Worse than they were before the Great Depression. And before anybody starts crowing at me about the stock market is not an indicator of the greater economy. The stock market actually went up at times at the worst parts of business shutdowns during the pandemic because the Federal Reserve was creating money out of thin air and buying bad corporate debt, trillions of dollars. You are told on a regular basis that the Fed only created between $6 and $7 trillion out of thin air. And believe me, they did create it out of thin air. That total is more about $31 trillion. Because I would tell you to go back onto that wonderful thing called the internet again and look it up. When Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, Trump's installed Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, whom, by the way, is the first person to head the Federal Reserve who is not an economist. He is a Wall Street investment banker. On April 19th, said in public that he would be pumping $1 trillion a day into Wall Street. And that's exactly what the Fed did. So from August 19th to August 31st, I keep saying August and I'm incorrect by that. I mean April 19th to April 31st, they pumped $1 trillion a day directly into Wall Street. They also spent another $7 trillion buying bad corporate debt. Keep in mind, the GDP of the United States, the annual GDP of the United States is only about $16 trillion. The Fed has created through this pandemic about 30 trillion out of thin air. That bad corporate debt is going to have to be paid off at some point, folks. And the Fed has literally run out of ways to try to keep this economy going. You've seen the stock market dip this week as case numbers have exploded in all but 8 states. Those 8 states are predominantly blue states, by the way. There are dark times coming. Not because I'm happy to tell you that, not because I want you to panic, but because all the indicators are pointing that way. And the ways to get out of it are severely limited because the Fed has put us into a dark corner.
Yep.
And we are surrounded. And you know what happens to a caged animal when it's backed into a corner and surrounded? It tends to get angry and aggressive and tries to fight its way out, but it doesn't always make it.
Yeah.
So I do think there are bad days coming. But that said, I have diverted you away from the Bill of Rights, which I wanted to spend a lot of time on. I do want to ask you something about the Bill of Rights before we continue. And I am going to put I'm going to change up the screen a little bit and put the phone number on the screen for folks and open the phone line. You know that we spend a lot of time on history on the program. I would like to assume, oddly enough, I don't think I've ever directly face-to-face asked you this question in all of the time that we've been, doing this. And not just tonight, but in all the times that we've talked about this. I don't think I've ever actually directly asked you that. The Rural Bill of Rights, I assume, has some connection or roots or something based in Franklin Roosevelt's Economic Bill of Rights, his second Bill of Rights, something he originally brought up in 1944, I want to say, as we were winding down. President Roosevelt knew as Second World War was winding down that there was going to be an economic contraction. There was going to be we weren't going to return to the Depression. I don't think that was possible because the programs of the New Deal were still in place. He was looking at a full return into full New Deal programs when the war was over. But as the economy transferred, or transitioned would be a better word for me to use, from the war economy back to a peacetime economy, there was going to be some economic contraction. Plus, you were going to have all of the soldiers coming home. They were going to be retaking their jobs. You were going to have the women who were in the workforce returning home, and so on and so on. And that was when he came up with the second Economic Bill of Rights. And I will find the meme that I have for it so that I can reference that Bill of Rights. I'll find it. I'll have to find it. My pictures are a wreck. I meant to arrange them into different files, and I've never done it. But I will try to find that Economic Bill of Rights. Am I being too presumptive to assume that your Rural Bill of Rights has some sort of roots or traces itself back to FDR's second Economic Bill of Rights? Would I be correct in that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was the whole basis and some of the thought process of why I went there, because I think we're at a point where that type of thing is going to be absolutely necessary. So that, yeah, absolutely. I think it's important to learn from history, and I think it's important to see what was there to help us in history. We always sometimes, I think, point out the negative, and there was some bright spots that we need to acknowledge. And that is why we need a Rural Bill of Rights. We need another Bill of Rights, because as we're seeing, our government, what I'd like to say, is feeding us crumbs right now. They're like doing the absolute bare minimum they can possibly do to keep things going, while corporations and billionaires make lots of money. And it's, Pennsylvania gained a billionaire from us, and I think it was like March to June. Don't quote me on that. I have to go back and look at the exact date. But that's what's going on. And you can't help your people. That's where we're at right now, everybody.
Well, there's an F word for that, Michelle.
Yeah.
The unbridled use of governmental power for corporate interests. There's an F word for that.
Yep.
Mussolini created it.
And that's what's happening. And
So the basis behind FDR's Economic Bill of Rights was this particular principle. When he gave his Economic Bill of Rights in a speech at Madison Square Garden, the basis was essentially this. He used the term man. Again, let's be honest, it was the 1940s. We weren't exactly as enlightened on equality between the genders as we are now, or at least as we would like to think as we are now. But the basis of the Economic Bill of Rights was essentially this, and I would like to know, I will then just throw it open for you to speak about. How can a man be truly free when he is not free from want? How much does the Rural Bill of Rights base itself in that thought or in that premise? How can a man be truly free when he is not free from the constant pang, the constant thought, the stress, the constant worry of want?
Well, I mean, for me and the
If you consistently, literally, because I do it on a day-to-day basis, if literally in nearly every passing thought that you take on a given day is, how am I going to keep my home? How am I going to be able to afford a doctor if something happens to me? When I go to the grocery store and I pick up a $1, $2, $3 item, can I afford this? You have a child. How am I ever going to pay for a higher education? Can I even loan the 6 figures that it may cost to send him to an institution of higher learning, even a state one at that point? These are what FDR referred to as the stresses of want. How can a man be truly free if he is not free from want? So when you look at the Rural Bill of Rights, how can a man, or at least a man, a woman, a person, let's say a person, again, let's take ourselves out of the 1940s, how can a rural PA person be truly free if they are not free from want? Isn't that basically what the Rural Bill of Rights comes down to? And again, we can go through each 10, and I'd be happy to do it. I'd like to do it, but isn't that really what the Rural Bill of Rights comes down to? How can a rural person be truly free when they are not free from want?
Yeah, because they're watching everything from their community be extracted from them. It's being taken from them. Their jobs, their wages, their taxes are going into places it shouldn't be. It's not coming back to them. The things that they need done to be successful, to for us to grow business, for us to make our schools better, to make our infrastructure better. Yeah, I mean, it is a want. We want our government to be of, by, and for the people, and that is not happening. It is not happening anymore. You know, and that is in the essence the World Bill of Rights, right? Because people, even people that say they hate the system, they hate government, blah blah blah. It's because they know government is failing them. That is what has been very evident to me. It's that a lot of voters get that. It's just they've been distracted and pushed to, well, it's the Democrats' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. They're the ones that have caused all this problem. And so the Rural Bill of Rights brings it back to these economic issues, because I think that's the other thing we do. You know, the other side is very good at trying to focus on social issues and get people angry about those, and keep your eye off the ball of the stuff that you actually need done, which is your broadband and your cell phone services, and your schools need better investment. I mean, you're a parent of a child in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Your public school funding is ranked 46th nationally. It is not good. It is not good. And it's not that I talked to a group of older AFSCME retirees before COVID hit. And we had a long discussion about property tax. They didn't really, these are people that aren't happy about property tax, but they understood the reason we have it is so that all children could have an education. And they actually weren't that angry about it. They were more angry that money isn't actually going to these institutions. That's, you got to fill in the blank of it. And once you fill in the blank, that, you know, it was like a realization for them, like, what? That's what's going on with my money? It's not actually going to make sure kids have a good education. It's going to for-profit charters. That's the problem. It's not that rural people are so gone, or so, how do I say this? That are so.
I think most people are willing to pay. They know they have to,
Yeah.
and are willing to pay their taxes when they know it's going to the right places. They have been convinced over the past 40 to 50 years, I would say more on the 40 end, the Reagan era, they have been convinced that their taxes are all going to the wrong places. Your taxes are going to prop up the people below you, when in fact your taxes are actually going to the people above you. We have crossed, Senator Sanders tells us we have crossed a Rubicon in recent years where 100% of all of the new wealth in the country since the year 2000 has gone to the top 1%. 100%. But that's not enough. 900 billion has been extracted from the bottom 99. We've lost. Not just that we're not getting any of the new wealth, we're actually having wealth extracted from us. So many of the good-hearted folks, our friends and our neighbors, have been told for 40 years now, in this Reagan era, your taxes are going to subsidize black and brown people, poor people, people who buy lobsters on their food stamps, et cetera, inner city schools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, they're right about half of it. Your taxes are being redistributed, but they're not going down, folks. They're going up. They're going toward the top. Tom Hartman often refers to the cheeky little phrase, "Stop peeing on me and telling me it's raining." It's not raining. Rain usually grows things and makes it greener. Well, the green's going toward the top. It's not trickling down. It hasn't trickled down. It's never going to trickle down. It's never trickled down in the history of human civilization, period. That's what Michelle's Bill of Rights is all about, and we're working on trying to get that onto the screen for you. And it goes back to FDR's Bill of Rights, his second economic Bill of Rights. Rights that he actually wanted to see codified in the Constitution itself. The right to a good education, the right to health care, the right to housing, even the right to a vacation, the right to time off, the right to how did he put it? Right to a decent home, right to good health, right to the right adequate protection from old age and sickness. There is one in here about time off. I'll find it at some point, but these are rights that FDR actually wanted to see codified in the Constitution itself, not as some part of part of some radical agenda, but because he actually thought that this is the kind of country that we are, that this is the kind of nation, the kind of society, the kind of community that we should be. And not, I would say, not that even just that we should be, but the kind of community that we are. And that we should use the founding document of our country to enshrine the rights that we believe in. And this is what I do have. Your Rural Bill of Rights in front of me on the laptop. We're trying to effort to actually get that on the screen with us. I should have thought of this sooner. I'm efforting these technical things right in the middle of the broadcast, which is not ideal. I should have thought of this sooner. But you talked about the access to hospitals and healthcare, and we talked a lot about your own personal health story. You also have something that you and I are doing right at this very moment, and that we've been lucky enough to continue to do without interruption. Of course, I've probably just jinxed that. Something that is not the same issue for myself here in the Lehigh Valley as it has been for you throughout this campaign: broadband and cell service. Sounds a lot to me like infrastructure. And what a way to stimulate economic activity, and what a way to provide good paying union jobs. But such a thing as, oh, what a radical idea, good paying union jobs as infrastructure. Talk to me about infrastructure and broadband, and why broadband is actually part of infrastructure and not some separate entity floating out there in the ether, but is actually part of the public infrastructure. It is as important to anything, I think, as any of us at in this modern era as water or power or roads or bridges or any of the rest of it at this point.
Well, it is just the reality of where society is. I mean, business is run on the internet. Our schooling, a lot of schooling is run on the internet. Like, it's just, this is the way society is. It's the same thing with electricity and telephone lines, right? You wouldn't say, well, you don't need a telephone, you don't need electricity, you need broadband, you need cell phone service. You have to make sure that everybody has access to them, because what is going on in Pennsylvania is you have, I believe Keystone and Budget Policy Center said, like 800,000 people that don't have it. 500,000 of those are in rural Pennsylvania. But what we don't also consider is the up and down speeds that are considered passable in Pennsylvania are abysmal. They are awful. They are not on the federal standards. None of the legislation adds that part in. That is key. It needs to match federal standards, because it's going to, technology is going to get better. Speeds are going to get faster. You got to make sure that the person that's getting it is also getting those speeds. Because I know families that have broadband, and I'm going to put that in air quotes because I wouldn't even consider that. They still have to go sit at the McDonald's parking lot on their Wi-Fi to do their kids' homework. This is America, people. These are middle class. Well, what's left of the middle class people, right? That's what's going on. This is not, it's not okay. I mean, I was to a chamber event where there was business owners sitting there and saying, if you don't fix this broadband problem, we are leaving. We are leaving. And when you're already having companies leave rural Pennsylvania, you've incentivized them leaving more. Why would they stay here if they can't compete? Why would they stay here during a pandemic when we're supposed to have mandated telework and your company can't do it because your employees don't have broadband? This was such the perfect storm, Jeff. That's why what you're saying is true. It's going to be.
Well, we've talked about this before. This pandemic has lain a lot of things bare, not just in the Commonwealth, or not just in your rural area, or not just in the Lehigh Valley here, but across the country. The for-profit healthcare system, for-profit healthcare industry does not work. And by the way, I'm going to risk getting off into yet another rabbit hole. I'm really, really good at that. Why did we have these massive stay-at-home guidelines? It was to protect the for-profit healthcare industry. It was so that we did not overwhelm the healthcare industry because they didn't have the beds. They didn't have the space. They didn't have the PPE. They didn't have the drugs. They didn't have the employees because the whole damn thing is for profit. Why can they handle it in these other nations? Why can the UK do it? Because they can have entire buildings full of PPE. The National Health Service can. Because they don't have to worry about profit to have the whole building full of PPE. Because it's there when they need it. Why can Australia have 0 cases? They have a national healthcare service. Why can New Zealand do it? They have a national healthcare service. The nations on earth that are dealing with this the worst are the right-wing authoritarian governments. That's us. This is not an exaggeration. We are the only nation on earth that has an entire healthcare industry driven 100% by profit. Why are there not years, months, if not years, of backlog of PPE just waiting to be used? Because it's not profitable. It's all just-in-time inventory. But you do have a big screen 4K TV in your individual room. The nurse can't get a mask, but you have a beautiful bed with a view and a big HD TV. The person that runs the Lehigh Valley Health Hospital is a former hotel executive, not a medical person. This is the United States after 50 years and 40 years of Reaganism. This is your country. When does it become enough? When do you look in the mirror and finally realize that the attic full of guns doesn't help you with any of this? When do you look in the mirror and decide, I'm better than this? I deserve better. And even if by some stretch of the imagination, I don't deserve better, my children do. My wife or my husband or my spouse or my partner and my children and my grandchildren do. Yes, you can still buy a private health insurance policy in the UK if you want to have things above and beyond what the National Health Service provides. Will you wait for care in Canada? Yes. If you want a nose job, if you'd like a personal enhancement of your private bits, yes. But if you have cancer, you move to the front of the line. If you've had a car accident and you need emergency, immediate care, you move to the front of the line. There is no rationing of care. That's a lie. No one is denied care. That's a lie. Canadians are not flooding across the border to come here to be taken care of. That's a lie. They come here for personal procedures, largely plastic surgery. We don't lie here. Every Sunday after 5 o'clock, we don't lie here. You can disagree all you wish, and I welcome it. I welcome it. You can disagree with me all you want. You are always welcome here. Always. But you will not get lied to here. You will get spoken to plainly, like adults. Public transportation in rural PA. Is there public transportation in rural PA?
Not really.
Even to any to speak of? So when you put that as a plank in the rural Bill of Rights, he tried to say, as he tripped over his own tongue, that you're talking not just about access to it, really, then you're almost the creation of it then, aren't we?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things like Rabbit and stuff that exist, but it's not equitable. It's not fair. It's not getting to everybody. There's no bus system there. We need we need a public bus system to get people. There's too many people that post on Facebook regularly. Hey, can somebody drive me to work? Can somebody drive me to the hospital? Can somebody drive me to my doctor appointment? And the problem is, in rural Pennsylvania, that stuff is not within walking distance for a lot of people. You want to get to the hospital, that's a 20, 25-minute drive. So good luck walking there if you're in an emergency and you don't have a car. Or it's something that, not quite emergent, but you need to get somewhere. We don't have something to get us there. And this would create jobs. This would create revenue. This would create business. This would create good blue collar jobs if we had a busing system. People could get to their jobs. People could go to a job interview. You can't get to a job interview in person if you don't have a car to take you there in Pennsylvania in rural. So again, the entire system is just like feeding on each other. It's mind-boggling. I shouldn't have to sit here and run.
Is that something that you learned becoming a candidate and getting involved in this, just how interconnected all of these issues are? I think we sometimes don't, even just the transportation, like you just mentioned. How many people can't get to the center of Selinsgrove to shop at the small businesses because they can't get there, or they have to ask for a ride? And even if 10 people have to do that 20 people can get to the center of Selinsgrove and then they can shop, but that's 10 cars that have to go there and park instead of one bus, which then becomes an environmental issue, and then on and on and on. Is that something that you've learned through the, again, I'm dragging you onto a tangent. I know I'm really dragging you all over the place tonight, but is that something that you've learned through this that maybe you weren't aware of? Because I know that it happens to me sometimes too, even as long as I've been doing this. I've been doing this my whole life. We always tend to look at these things as separate individual bubbles, but we don't always see just how interconnected they all are.
No, for me, I because I grew up here and I've seen it, I know they're all interconnected. Like you can't have access to a hospital if the hospital doesn't exist, one, but you can't have access to a hospital if you can't get there. And you don't have insurance there, and you can't afford the, ambulance. Like that, for me, it wasn't, I think that's why I was able to craft the Rural Bill of Rights in the way we did, because I do know that they're all connected. Issues going on with our farmers are also a lot of environmental issues, which is on the Rural Bill of Rights. Issues going on with local businesses related to broadband. That for me was, I guess, always kind of in the back of my mind, that this stuff is interconnected, that it does build on each other, that one right might also overlap a little bit with another right, because to effectively address them, you need to address all these little issues because they are all interconnected. You cannot just plug, you can't put a square in a circle. It's not going to plug it. That's what we're talking about here. You can't fix this system that is destroying rural Pennsylvania, if you don't fix the issues that are all connected, that is something that it is not enough to just pass a broadband bill. It is not enough unless it is a solid infrastructure investment plan, which is number 7 of the Rural Bill of Rights. It needs to be an FDR plan. It can't just be, we gave some people some grants, problem solved. It has to be infrastructure development. It has to be hiring workers, getting doing a bid process, who can do the job the best. That's what has to be done here. And again, if you don't support your small businesses, which is number 8, you're not going to have access to jobs, which is number 6. So you cannot fix them unless you fix all of them. And it's not something you're going to be able to do, the first day in office. This is going to take time. It's going to take commitment. It's going to take work. It's going to take people writing responsible legislation that tackles the problem instead of putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, which is what we've been doing. We need legislation that actually solves the problem. We have not been solving any of these problems. And as I've been reading legislation, that has become abundantly clear. Write a bill, solve the problem. I don't understand why this isn't that hard. My kid can figure this out. But in Harrisburg, we just write nonsense, as we said earlier, and sell it as something else. And so the Rural Bill of Rights, again, go back to what you said. For me, it was necessary because I had some people like, oh, it's too long, it's too wordy, this and that. And they're like, oh, you should change this part, you should change. No, I said, you cannot do this. The Rural Bill of Rights cannot be successful unless it takes all these key parts that need to be addressed because they are all intertwined. You want to fix rural Pennsylvania, you want to make it thriving, you want to make it what my grandparents told me it used to be, you need to go down this list and address these issues.
And let's also remember, though, that your kid could solve this because he runs fast.
Yeah, I mean,
he can win this race.
Yeah, he thinks that a race is literally just, he thinks Tuesday I'm gonna get at a starting line with the incumbent and run around the track, and whoever wins. And he told me that he would do it because I'm not fast, so he would just let him do it. Yeah, he said I'd win in a heartbeat.
I love that. Would you imagine if everything was just that simple? If this whole thing was just, we wouldn't have these very long campaigns, and we wouldn't have, what? Let me ask you about that, because I haven't talked about this in a long time, and I'm responsible. I should blame myself. I haven't talked about this in a very long time. Elections in the UK are restricted and held to a specific period of time. They are 6 weeks, I believe it is. It might be 8 weeks. And money is much more controlled, obviously, than it is here. When we talk about, in this country, when we talk about campaign finance reform, I think that only scratches the surface. I think we need to talk about campaign reform. You've been campaigning in some way, shape, or form for 14 months, maybe 15 months. Your incumbent opponent is in some way, shape, or form constantly in campaign mode. As are most incumbents. They are in some way, shape, or form, of both parties, by the way, in some form of constantly in a campaign mode. Do you happen to believe that we need, not just in the Commonwealth, but nationwide, a fundamental re-examination of how we campaign in this country and how we operate campaigns
in this country, especially now having been, well, you still are. I mean, Tuesday is the end of the cycle, but I shouldn't say that like you're done campaigning. There are still, there's still the rest of tonight. There's all day Monday. There's Tuesday, and you'll have some business to do. We tend to forget the candidates still have some business to do after Tuesday. They have bookkeeping and things to close up after the campaign, and so on. But having been through the process now, don't you think we have to fundamentally look at how we operate campaigns and campaigning and elections in this country? I'm not just talking about voter suppression and things like that, but just how we deal with campaigns.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, the amount of money you're supposed to raise is disgusting.
I mean, the PA Democratic Party recommends for a race like yours, a PA Senate race, that you raise $500,000. I mean, that was never going to happen.
Well, it's never gonna. A rural Democrat's never gonna raise that. And again, that's the problem here, right? You're never on an even playing field. So how can you be? And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, I'm not asking people for money. Like people are worried about where their next people are worried about where their stimulus is. What was I supposed to do? So I was always from day one going to be like, look, whatever we raise, we make it work. That's how this should be. But campaign finance in Pennsylvania is the Wild West of finance. I mean, you got corporate PACs dumping into Pennsylvania. There's no limits. It is designed to favor Republican incumbency. I'm going to be completely honest. It's to favor incumbency in general, but especially these guys that have been sitting in rural Pennsylvania. Some of them had $250,000 sitting in their PAC. Why? Most of you haven't even had an opponent in a long time. Why are you sitting on all that money? Why? It's so wrong, and it doesn't give the chance for good candidates that want to be true public servants, because that's the part that they don't want you to know, that we're supposed to be public servants. You're not supposed to be party servants. It actually should not matter what letter is behind your name. If you want to work to help your community, should not matter, should be what you're running on, which, side note, my opponent never has told anybody what his platform is because he has no platform. He does I am the whip. That is his platform. But that we have to have a serious conversation in this country, in this state, about campaigning. I had people, nobody was paid in my campaign. Everybody volunteered. We were up till 3:00 in the morning working on, virtual parades, and you were on, you were up with us because it was just like we're trying to stay sane and get these done. We didn't hire anybody other than our graphic designer who was making us just pay the least amount as possible because he was part of the team. We were a team. Nobody was doing this for pay. We're just a bunch of people that decided to come together and do this. And the same thing with the guy that Jonathan, who did my ads. He originally came to us and said, this is how much it's going to cost. And I said, we can't, we're just never going to be able to afford that. He came back and said, all right, I like your message. I really like you. I believe in your campaign. I can do it for this. Because that's what campaigning should be about. It should be people believing in you so much they want to help you, not just dump millions of dollars in you, which has been happening in some of these races in Pennsylvania at the state senate level. Millions of dollars dumping in.
Outside money as well.
Outside. And it's a pandemic. people are going to go bankrupt. People's businesses are closing. And we're funneling millions of dollars into campaigning. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest here. I did have a couple moments throughout this campaign where I'm like, this is going to get so bad. What am I doing? I want to go take my husband, my parents, and my son and go get a tent and live in the woods. I'm not kidding. I had this. It would go through my head a couple of times because I know how bad this is going to be, and I'm like, is this worth it? What are we doing? What are we doing? But then I just like look at my kid and I'm like, gotta keep focusing. Gotta keep focusing. It's for him. It's for him. It's for these people that have been ignored in rural Pennsylvania because they deserve better.
I have been extremely remiss at resetting the program as I like to do at the top and bottom of every hour. So I'm going to do that right now. It is 7:05 Eastern Time inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from my humble second bedroom in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for the very first day of November in 2020. Michelle Siegel is my guest. She is the Democratic nominee and candidate for the Pennsylvania State Senate from the 27th District, a very rural part of Pennsylvania. We will get into the geography of her district in just a second because it occurs to me that I didn't even ask. Wherever you are watching on Facebook, we are sharing the program now to between 50 and 60 different groups and pages, national outlets, local outlets, private groups, public groups, personal timelines, all of it. Wherever you are watching, if you are watching live, thank you very much. If you are watching on the recording, thank you very much. We're not particular about how you consume the program. We're just happy that you are here every single week. Every single one of you matters to us. We appreciate that you are here. If you are here for the duration of the program, awesome. If you get us in bits and pieces and you watch throughout the week, that's great too. We're just happy that you're here and happy to have you part of the family here at the Kennedy Effect. If you want to be part of the interactive chat that is taking place, you can join us on our home group page. The page that is home base for all things the Kennedy Effect. That is That Other Side of Information on Facebook. That Other Side of Information on Facebook. To our sisters and brothers, friends and family at hot101.net. Thank you again, as always, every single week for welcoming us into your homes, onto your speakers, your devices, if you're listening in the car, wherever and however you take in and consume hot101.net. Thank you for being there. We're happy to have you here. We appreciate every single one of you. I know I say that all the time. I say it because I mean it, because I truly, truly mean it. Every last individual that listens and takes in this program, we thank you. We appreciate it very much. However you listen to hot101.net, you can go to the main website page at hot101.net. You can listen to hot101.net through the apps, the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, or you can go to the TuneIn radio app and search for hot101.net. If you want to email the program with questions, comments, show suggestions, guest suggestions, you want to yell at me, you want to disagree, you want to agree, you want to, whatever you want to do, have a go. You can email the program, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. But also if you have a business, a product, a service, something that you want to promote literally on a global scale, this program goes all over the world. You can also do that by contacting us through the email, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. I have hung yet a new sign behind me. I'm not sure how well you can see it. It is a little small, but it lists all of the places that you can find us on social media. I'm trying to look at it and not lose eye contact with you. It's just a little creepy for me to do that. That Other Side of Information on Facebook, That Other Side of Information on our YouTube channel is called That Other Side of Information. Yes, you can find us on the big YouTube. that other side of information on Instagram. And yes, and you can search for me, Jeff Kennedy, on LinkedIn. You can find me there on LinkedIn. And yep, the big baddie, Twitter. Oh yeah, Twitter, the big baddie, at that Kennedy Talk. And yes, I had to look at my own piece of paper to tell you what my own Twitter handle is. That tells you how deep into Twitter I am. I had to look at my own Twitter. I had to look at my own paper to tell me what my own Twitter handle is. At that Kennedy Talk. You can live tweet us actually right now during the show if you want to, again, have a go, shout, agree with me, disagree with me. You want to get a question in, a comment, something like that. And last but not least, the bane of my existence, the Holy Grail, the everything that I try to accomplish every single week on this program. The phone line is open. Let's all take a deep breath. The phone line is open. These fun little devices, they're phones. You can pick up the phone line and talk to us right now. The phone line is open. It's on the screen if you're watching on Facebook. The phone line is on the screen for my brothers and sisters, friends and family at hot101.net. The show phone line is 267 227 9189. Don't be afraid, folks. I will not yell at you unless you deserve it. I'm kidding. I won't yell at you probably even then. Probably. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. The phone line is open. We will take your calls live. You can talk to me. You can talk to Michelle. You can ignore me and talk to Michelle. Whatever you want to do. She's much nicer than me. You can talk to her and ignore me entirely. It's perfectly fine. I'll still answer the phone. We'll still be here. No problem. We enter our third hour, 7:11 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 1st of November, 2020, the last program before the end of the election cycle on November 3rd. I also want to mention this before it gets too much later. Whatever state in the union you are in, if you happen to have a mail-in ballot, and I cannot tell you right off the top of my head what states you can mail in and what ones you cannot. Obviously, you can in Pennsylvania and Oregon and Washington, New Jersey. I cannot tell you what other states that you can and cannot. Those are the states that I know off the top of my head. It is entirely too late at this point to mail back your ballot. Those ballots will not make it to where they need to be by election day if you use the United States Postal Service at this point. Deliver your ballot. Please deliver. Hand deliver your ballot to your county courthouse or a legally established drop box. Go to the website in your municipality, your state, your county, wherever it is, wherever you are in the United States. Go to the local website that informs you. The Biden campaign's website is iwillvote.com. That should be able to tell you the information that you need wherever you are in the United States. The website for inside the Commonwealth is votepa.com. I think I have that right. Votes. Is it votes plural PA or vote PA?
It's votes.
It's votes plural PA.com. And it'll give you all the information of where you can find drop boxes. Although in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you can always find a drop box at your county courthouse. If you want to vote in person, please do it safely. Wear a mask. If you feel better wearing rubber gloves, then by God, do it. Dress warmly in case you should happen to find a line there. I don't know what the weather is going to be for Tuesday. I can quickly look that up, though, the Weather Channel app. Just get
your vote in. I want to make sure that I say that before it gets, looks like here in the Lehigh Valley anyway, it will be 49 degrees and sunny on Tuesday. I don't know what the weather will be where you are anywhere in the United States, but just vote. Whatever you do, vote. But if you happen to have a mail-in ballot, it is entirely too late to trust or use the United States Postal Service to get it back to where it needs to be at this point. It will need to be hand delivered. So let's turn back to Michelle. I have rambled along enough. Again, the phone number is 267-227-9189. You can live tweet us at That Kennedy Talk, or the chat is still open at Facebook, That Other Side of Information. There was a question, Michelle, in the chat earlier. I want to scroll back and find it. It was from Agar, actually. You were on her program, I believe, earlier in the cycle, and she wanted to ask you, I imagine, especially from the change from when you appeared on her program to when you are here. I'm gonna actually change the question from her a little bit, I guess, from when you appeared with her to where you are here now. What is the feel in the district? How are you feeling? What is the feel that you're getting from the district, from your different visits from the farmers market, the lit drop, and so on? What's the feel in the 27th district right now?
I mean, I've had good interactions with people, so on that end, yes. I mean, that was positive, but I have no idea. I don't know. I know my opponent has done nothing except buy some yard signs. I don't know. I keep my race focused on local state politics. And that's I think given me a way to talk to voters that wouldn't necessarily talk to me before. So that's been positive. You know, we've been texting. You know, we didn't get as many angry texts back as I anticipated on those. So that is a good sign. I don't know. I know that I want to go just sit in a corner and rock on election night. You know, everybody keeps saying, are you having a party? Are you doing that? First off, I'm like, it's COVID. How am I supposed to have a party? It's really not the best time to be having a party. Number two, I'm just going to be so nervous. I don't know. I don't know. I don't, it's anybody's thought here. I hope you know, and there's the kids are does everybody, I mean, I don't care about losing for myself. If this happens and I lose, and yeah, you know, people are going to be like, oh, she lost, oh, you know, that's humiliating. That's not what bothers me. What bothers me is knowing that I could have tried to help my community and my, you know, possible constituents. And number two is when your child sits down next to you on the couch and serious looks you in the eye and says, what happens if you don't win, Mom? Are you going to keep fighting for me and the other kids? That's what's hard to stomach. It's not me. I was never doing this for me. Never. It's just not who I am. But that's the part that like scares me. That's the part that brings tears to my eyes. Knowing that these kids know that there was this mom running to try to make their world better. That's the hard part, Jeff, that is going to be hard to take.
Do you get the sense that you have started something in the 27th district because of the amount, even in this COVID era, because of the amount that you have been able to be out there, because of the times at the farmers markets, because of even the limited amount of lit drops that you've been able to do and personal appearances and so on, and the personal conversations that you've been able to have. Do you believe that you have started something there?
Yes. I mean, at a minimum, I think I got some people to remember there are Democrats that isn't what Fox News told them Democrats are. So that's been a positive. So on that front, yes. I mean, having the opportunity to remind people that there are still Democrats out there that are Kennedy, FDR minded Democrats that see, building back the unions, building back the middle class, making those not paying their fair share pay it is the only way you fix these problems. It is the only way. My grandfather was a conservative man. He was a business owner. But my mom, I didn't even realize this. She goes, he always, he used the union print shop. Did you know that? That's who he went to when he needs something printed. And I found that really, that's still in my head, right? Since my mom said that to me. And it's what's interesting is it's the same union shop we chose to use for our printing. And I didn't know that. But that's what we need to remember here. Conservatives, Republicans, like my grandfather, didn't hate unions. They respected their existence. So that is something that, and again, I think in rural Pennsylvania, there's a lot of people like that, especially the older generations, that remembered when stuff worked. Remembered when the businesses and the unions and the workers and labor, everybody had a little bit of respect for each other. That's what's been lost, because the MO in American politics, since Operation Manbap, since Newt Gingrich, since, Rush Limbaugh, Reagan, is divide, divide, divide. You have to divide the people, split the message, because it's the only way to keep up the greed that they are doing. And it has to change, because it's not. It's not sustainable. I don't know how much longer it can be sustainable. And again, I think COVID accelerated what I think would have happened down the road. Is going to happen a lot sooner, because COVID highlighted all the deficiencies in our system right now and forced it to spiral, and we are not ready. And I'm not the bad guy here. I'm not the one that has been wasting your tax dollars. I'm not the one that's lying. As Jeff said earlier, we're not the ones that are lying. We're the ones trying to, for lack of a better, make America great again. There you go, people. There you go. There's the sad fact, right? We're actually the ones that want to fix this country. But you had to steal the tagline because you knew that's what would sell, because you knew that's what these people wanted to hear.
Oh, they're great at bumper stickers, let's be honest. They're great at bumper stickers, but we don't live on bumper stickers, and you can't run a country on bumper stickers. The percentage, folks, I've given you this statistic before, and I've given it to you because, surprise, it's true. The percentage of the private sector workforce that was unionized when Mr. Reagan came to office was approximately 37.5%. It is now about 5.6%. And you wonder why you don't make any money. And you wonder why the minimum wage in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is still only $7.25. One of these days on this show, I'm going to find a way. You will see on the screen, if you're watching on Facebook, by the way, to my sisters and brothers at Hot 101, you have the audio. You won't be able to see this. I will continue to read it to you and give it to you in an audio fashion. But if you're watching on Facebook, you will see on the screen the Rural Bill of Rights is in front of you. Our show engineer, George, has put it on the screen for you. I will find the video of Senator Ted Kennedy arguing for a rise in the minimum wage, where he screams at the Republicans in the Senate who are filibustering such a change. How much more do you want? What more must we give just to give the lowest paid people in this society a raise? And I would say that that question is still exceptionally prescient and accurate in these times. Why, during a global pandemic, have we created 4 new billionaires in this country? Professor Richard Wolff, he tried to say. I don't know why I'm throwing extra W's into everything today, but Professor Richard Wolff is a weekly guest with Tom Hartman. He usually appears Thursdays at, I believe, 1 p.m. Mentioned, I want to say it was 2 months ago now, that 50%, a full 50% of all the small businesses in the country were unable to make their rent payments. That, you would say, affects those small businesses. It doesn't just affect them, it affects the landlords as well. It is a sign of what is happening to the small businesses. But yet, who got the first $500 billion of quote-unquote small business bailout money from the government, and especially in the Senate bill in the first quote-unquote CARES Act? The largest corporations in the country. It's all about priorities. It's about who counts and who doesn't. It's about who has political power and who doesn't. It's about the best investment in the country, buying and owning a political party and having them do what they are told. 267-227-9189 is the number. You can ring in anytime you want. You can live tweet at That Kennedy Talk. And again, the Facebook page is open for comments and questions as well. There's one part of the Rural Bill of Rights that I really want to ask about, because I wonder why it is not an enormous scandal. And I don't know if you were thinking of this when you were putting it together. But again, it is either intended or unintended brilliance, and either way, it is brilliant. It is item 9, access to clean air, water, and land. It is in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's own constitution that we have a right to clean air, water, and land. I can make a legal argument, and I am no lawyer, that every single minute of every day that part of the PA state constitution is being violated. Surely someone from the party opposite would at least agree with you on item 9. We love to wrap ourselves in the Constitution. We love the Constitution. We're all about the Constitution, especially when it comes to guns. How much support have you received for item 9 of the Rural Bill of Rights?
I mean, from actual voters, a lot, because they see what is happening. They might not completely understand it, but they see it. You know what? The reason I put this on here.
Do they know that it's part of the existing original founding document of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
No, I have to say it's Article 1, Section 27. I have to fill them in. They do not know that. They do not know that our air quality is number 3. They do not know our water quality is number 3. Worst in the entire country. And I'm
third worst. So third from the bottom, 47th.
Yeah. And I'm going to make this another thing. I think that's probably going to get the water. I think that's going to get even worse. I mean, considering what's been happening in the last few months in Pennsylvania. And, you know, what happened to my family? And I don't blame the people, the coal miners. I don't blame the workers. And I want to make that importantly clear, because they're not responsible for this. It is the greedy people that ran the industry that decided to make a coal ash pit and not line it, because you don't want to spend the money following a regulation. God forbid we do that in Pennsylvania. We gotta cut corners any way possible. We're gonna stick that in a farmland, and we're not gonna tell anybody how bad it is. And that coal ash pit, you know, the way I can best explain this to people is there are veins under the ground, just like in your body. It's always circulating water, just like your veins are always circulating blood. So even if it gets in one place, it's like if you had a blood clot in your leg, it's going to give you a heart attack or a stroke because it's going to get somewhere really bad. That's what happens.
But this is what I'm talking about. Your item 9 on here is actually a reaffirmation of the founding document of the Commonwealth itself. It already exists. And that's not a criticism of it at all. I'm trying to reinforce the point that you actually took 10% of your document. 1 out of 10 points. You took 10% of your document to reaffirm something that is codified in the founding document of the Commonwealth itself.
Yeah.
That is literally being violated every second of every day, that only until recently, within the last 4 months, has the Attorney General decided to seek legal action on, when it could have been done any time over the last 20 years when the fracking boom started in this Commonwealth. The hypocrisy of this item is enough. If it was water, we'd all be drowning. If you'll pardon the pun about clean air and water, if it was water, we'd be drowning. This is a flat violation. The PA Constitution is being violated on a daily basis. And because of that, you had to use 10% of this document to try and reinforce something that's being violated on a daily basis. This should be a scandal. What little media there is in this Commonwealth, what even less media there is outside of the 2 cities, why is this something that we don't talk about literally every day over our kitchen tables and in our schools? Why is this not one of the biggest topics inside the Commonwealth, yet outside of Philadelphia or Pittsburgh? Why is this not one of the biggest daily topics in our lives.
Well, see, Jeff, the thing is, I don't think people know. People don't know that it's in the Constitution. That's why I had to put it in there, because they don't know, and they don't know about that. That right is the right that is being infringed on constantly in Pennsylvania. They don't know that. We talk about rights, we talk about this, we talk about that, but that right, and what is key about it is it says for now and generations to come, the way it is written. That I found really interesting, that they specifically worded it that way. They want that land, that water, that air guaranteed to you now and for generations to come.
What do they want it for? Because I think it's a one-word answer. What do they want it for?
For the public.
Oh, well, the Constitution wants it for the public, but what do the companies want it for?
For the profit.
They want it for profit.
Yeah.
To hell with the public.
Yeah.
To hell with whether it kills you. If you've seen the movie, oh God Almighty, I can't believe I just blanked out. The two documentaries, Gas Land, where you can literally light your tap water on fire.
Oh, well,
the companies want it for profit. The Constitution guarantees it to the public in perpetuity for safe usage. The companies just want it for profit, and then they run away and leave the cleanup to us.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? And the other thing is, anytime that these companies are held accountable to try to do something, they figure out a way to knock it back on the taxpayer. Should not be that way. That is a problem. And that is why many people don't like environmental policies and stuff, and don't like holding these places accountable, because it ends up coming out of their wallet to handle it. And it should not. That has to stop. An industry that is putting people's lives in jeopardy and taking away our rights shouldn't get out of it by raising, putting a tax here, putting a tax there, so they can get that money and then pay it back. That's why people don't like environmentalism. That's why working people don't like it, because it ends up coming out of the taxpayer's wallet. And that's what soured all of this in their mind. So that's why I needed to put this on the Bill of Rights, because when that coal ash pit leached into the groundwater, got sucked up by my grandparents' well, my uncle got sick, my grandfather got sick, my grandfather gets colon cancer, battled it his entire life, my uncle gets ulcerative colitis, left untreated because he didn't have great insurance, turns into cancer. He died in his early 50s from drinking water. And when my grandmother finally passed away, that coal ash energy company came in, because we put that land up, we put the house up for sale. They said, no, nobody can ever live here again. We'll buy it from you. And they destroyed their house. They demolished it. They erased my grandparents' and my family's existence. Now, 3 to 4 acres of good land cannot be lived on again. That's what's happening in Pennsylvania. There, you just lost, and I want to add to that. Let's do some economics here. You just lost a house that a family could have paid property tax. You just lost a little bit of a tax base with that. If we want to go economics on the answer, nobody can live there again. And now the rest of my family is left wondering, how bad was it? We were growing vegetables. We were eating, because my grandparents were, they were, lived through the Great Depression. They my grandfather fought in World War II. Now I'm wondering, how bad was all of it? Because it all gets sucked up, right? That water gets sucked up in the plant, which turns into a tomato. It's all connected, everyone. Just because you can't see it, just because that water you think is flowing underground, It is getting sucked up by those vegetables. It's getting sucked up by that fruit. And you are eating it. Your children are eating it. It doesn't necessarily just have to be the water that you're drinking.
If you have a car accident and you kill someone,
You are responsible.
if corporations are people and they kill someone, they somehow seem to get out of it, but we insist that corporations are people. We have given them the Supreme Court created law out of thin air and gave them corporate personhood. Why are the corporations in the Commonwealth not held responsible for the death they are creating?
Because they pay off politicians. they
Well,
don't
I mean, that's my short answer, but
Yeah,
I mean, that's my answer, but I'm asking your opinion, because it seems to me there are so many contradictions and easily argued contradictions that have been created by this Supreme Court, especially within the last 20 years. When corporations kill people, but yet they're people, corporations, I see corporations being arrested? Do I see corporations put in jail? Do I see them put to death? Since Republicans love capital punishment, do I see them given the death penalty? Do I see them put on trial? I don't see any of that. I don't see any of the repercussions for corporate misbehavior or corporate illegalities that you or I would face as an individual person. But yet corporations are supposedly people. The corporations, especially the fossil fuel industry corporations inside the Commonwealth, have dealt in death. They have internalized the profits while outsourcing all of the cost. Well, if they're people, why do we not treat them that way? You have the distinct possibility of being sworn in as a new legislator in Harrisburg. Is that a policy position that you can believe in, that you can adopt, that you can wrap your head around, or that you could stand in front of your Republican or who may be your future Republican colleagues and have that discussion with them and say, you're the ones that believe in corporate personhood. Let's hold them accountable.
Oh, I would enjoy that. I would do it, and I would enjoy it, and I would love standing on the floor and asking that question exactly the way you post it, because it goes through my head all the time. With that ruling, if they killed somebody, aren't they dead? Right? There's still states that have capital punishment. Shouldn't they pay the ultimate price? And let's just back this up. They're not just killing one person. Not that that's okay.
One is too many.
There's killing lots of people, or making them. And what is not talked about enough is the mental health issues and the chronic disease that rural people are riddled with.
Mental health issues that come with lead and arsenic and mercury poison and so on, and then the cancers, the various cancers that are too lengthy to list, the autoimmune diseases, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And then why are they, right? They're in rural Pennsylvania because that's where we left the cesspool. That's where we left the top. That's where we dumped it, because we didn't think anybody would notice it. We dumped it on our people. That is what we did in Pennsylvania, everyone. We couldn't, and see, this is what gets me the most. This is what absolutely gets me the most. You might have been able to do fracking, and I'm just saying this. You might have been able to do it in a way that was safe, but they did not do that. So don't come back and tell me that the other side wants to kill fracking. You killed it.
And they primarily didn't do it because it cost too much money.
Well, exactly. You didn't regulate the industry You killed the industry. That's what's getting lost here. So don't come back and say, I'm anti-job or something. No. I mean, the Keystone and Budget Policy, they had a plan, like, here's how the well should have been done. This is, we could have done things. We could have grown hemp around these wells, across these lines, make sure that that land and that water was getting remedied. There could have been a way that we coexisted if that is the way that we wanted to do this. They chose to let these industries skirt environmental policies. And now they're sitting there like, well, you guys hate fracking. We don't like it because it's making people sick because you didn't regulate them. You didn't regulate them. That's not banning. That's not, you didn't regulate them. And now people are sick. People are sick. Again, I'm going to go back to Harrisburg is a death cult, Jeff. That is what they legislate.
By the way, folks, for all of you listening and watching, the right has done an excellent job. An excellent job. We have to give them credit of making too many of you afraid of the word regulation. They have given it a heavy feeling, an onerous feeling. It's regulations that weigh us down. It's regulations that are anti-business. It's regulations. I need you to try to think of it this way, folks. It's regulations are nothing more than protections.
Can I just jump in here, Jeff? Nobody gets upset that there's regulations that, like, a surgeon, like, you have to use sterile scalpel before you cut into somebody, right? Nobody's poo-pooing on those regulations, but God
Nobody's
forbid
upset about the regulations that you can't sell spoiled meat.
Yeah.
Or chunky milk.
God forbid you ask a corporation to follow some regulations and everybody starts losing their minds in this country. You can regulate people all you want, but you ask a corporation to just stop killing people and everybody's like, too much government. That's too much. You went too far there. My mom has to, every day go through a checklist to make sure everything is up to code and all these regulations are followed before they can do their procedures at the hospital. But God forbid we ask a corporation and an industry to do that. That's too far. It's just, it's too far. This is where we are. Like, this is
Stop sign is a regulation.
Exactly.
Traffic light is a regulation. The laws that make it so that Alex is how old? 9?
Yep.
The laws that make it so that Alex doesn't have to go work in a coal mine are regulations. Regulations are protections, folks. Wherever you're listening or watching right now, Facebook, YouTube, Hot 101, however you're consuming the program, regulations are protections. They protect you. They protect you. We have been through this before. There's a reason why the largest corporations and the richest among us hate government. And regulation is one of them, because it is government that has the power to equalize the playing field. Government protects you.
Well, not anymore.
It can. It is the only thing that has the power to do it.
Yeah.
And if we buy it and break it and shrink it and destroy it, then there's nothing left to protect the little folks.
And shrinking it, let me just jump in here. Most people in Pennsylvania do not know that down in Harrisburg, there are entire offices sitting empty because they have defunded it so much. That does not get talked about enough. That we've defunded government in Harrisburg so badly. It is running on fumes, which again, I that was always the plan. It's a lot easier to be greedy and
It's a lot easier to steal all the money, poison everything, and kill everyone, and take all the profit and run away with it, and offshore that profit and never pay taxes on it, by the way, when there's no one to watch you.
Exactly.
That is why the that's why the Auditor General's office, which used to be 1,200 people, is now only about 400, 500 people.
Exactly, because they don't want us to know where our money is going.
Exactly.
You can't do all those audits that need to be done because there is literally not enough people there. And the unemployment system, they gave that contract to IBM. It's still never been fixed. It hasn't been updated. I bet you there's a ton of tech people right here in rural Pennsylvania that could have programmed a better system in a couple days. And we're still waiting for it to be fixed because we had to give it to the corporation. We had to give the contract to the corporation.
And that's exactly why the party opposite us was so desperate to reopen and get everybody back to work.
Yep.
When this pandemic hit and the stay at home, close your business guidelines were enacted, and everyone filed for unemployment and no one got their money, why did the party opposite panic and have to get everybody back to work? Because the unemployment system that they crippled and destroyed and tore to pieces during the Corbett administration finally came to light. And people started to realize when it happened and who did it. And what was the biggest way to get around it? We have to get back to work. Impeach the governor. Let's get back to work. Some of the best fun I had on Facebook during the pandemic was with Doug Mastriano. On a Tuesday, he had a very fascist style rally outside the Capitol, giving one of his speeches when he, looks like a borderline biker dude, with about 10 to 12 people standing at least 10 feet behind him, all of them in masks, screaming about how the economy needs to be opened. 4 days later, he had yet another rally screaming about how masks are oppression. So I sent him the video from 3 days earlier with everyone standing 10 feet behind him in masks. Funny how he never responded, and then took down the video from 4 days later.
Oh, well, he reposted his one video about how you shouldn't wear masks, and I just posted. I was like, is this satire? Are we still doing this?
Oh, go back. There's a video of him from 3 days before that. He's got a dozen people standing behind him. They're 10 feet behind him and 6 feet apart from each other, all in masks. And 3 days later, he has another Nazi-style rally decrying about how masks are somehow a violation of personal freedom.
Well, they never will. I mean, the majority of them do not wear masks in the House and the Senate. And here's the problem with that most people don't know. The House has been shut down now a couple times because people had COVID and there were outbreaks. And so when they were supposed to be in session, your tax dollars were wasted. Nobody talks about this. The House was supposed to be in session for 2 weeks. It had to shut down because these morons wouldn't wear a mask. Why isn't this talked about enough? Your tax dollars going to their salaries, government was supposed to happen, did not happen over mask wearing. I cannot believe what is going on right now. Like, I thought stuff was bad when I started watching the Senate sessions in, December, January, February, but then COVID hit and I'm like, they just out of their mind. And they're sitting there laughing and clapping when they pass these death bills. Like they're just yucking it up when they know the governor is going to veto them because they're going to kill people. That is where we are right now in politics in Pennsylvania. That is where we are. I know people that I know this is hard to wrap your head around. I know it. But that is what happened. And that is what's still happening. And if that's what's going to happen, if you do not vote these guys out on Tuesday, on the 3rd, if you do not do this, this is going to continue. This is going to continue. They're never going to do anything to help anybody. That's what people need to really think about when they go to the polls. Think about what's going on in Harrisburg.
Your opponent has been in office in the Senate, I believe it is, for 12 years.
No, he's been in for 17 years in the Senate and 11 years in the House for a total of 28 years. Most of my life.
And has never held a private sector job.
He went to law school. I think he might have practiced for a teeny bit, but he ran right for office. His whole life has been, I'm going to be a career politician. That is it. He switched. Let me just preface this by saying he switched parties. He was a Democrat, although I do not actually believe he was a Democrat, because if you do that, you actually are, you have no party. You are the party of the corporatists. That's who he is. He has no party.
How is it possible that
he switched parties because the Republican senator incumbent said, if you do this, I will endorse you. I will endorse you. That's it. There was no, I'm all of a sudden a fiscal conservative. There was nothing. It was just simply, I'm going to, you'll get my endorsement. You'll get to win. You'll win this district because everybody just straight parties are, you're good. You don't even have to campaign. You don't even have to do anything for 17 years because people can straight party vote. You never need it. You're going to go to the Democrats and say, don't run anybody against me. I'm still a Democrat at heart. Oh God, it's so infuriating because he didn't want to campaign because he's a coward. And that happened for 17 years. People just straight partied, or Democrats went down the ballot and said, well, he doesn't have an opponent. I'm just going to vote for him. He's going to win anyways. Welcome to politics. This is what we do. This is what we do in this country.
How do you suppose it's possible that someone can be in public life for nearly 30 years and only have roughly 30% of the people in your district even know who he is?
Because he's not here. He is not here. He basically lives down in Harrisburg. I will kid you not. When he came to the one farmer's market and gave a speech, Kristen was standing by an older couple, and the woman said, "Who is that?" And the older gentleman goes, "I think they said he's our state senator." And the woman goes, "I never heard of him." You have been in office for 17 years, and these people don't know who you are. He does teletown halls, which if you're blessed enough to get the call to invite you to the town hall, I want to know what list that's coming from. He has no active Facebook page. He is the only state senator in the Commonwealth that does not have one. Why? Because it had 63 likes. 63 likes. The other state senators, I've been watching, I go around them up. They're in the thousands. Even the ones that are not great, at least have like 1,200. He had 63. And they probably were committee people. I just don't think, you're not doing your job. You are not a public servant if your constituents don't even know who you are.
$8 p.m. just coming up on 8 p.m. entering the final time of the program. I've actually been ending usually at 8 p.m. now because of the incredibly early time I now wake up to go to work. But we'll wrap up our final little bits with Michelle. There's so much that we've covered and so much that we probably could have covered and so much that we didn't cover. Wherever you are on Facebook, thank you so much for being here. That other side of information is still up. The chat is still going. You can tweet us at That Kennedy Talk, That Other Kennedy at gmail.com, and the bane of my existence, 267-227-9189. Nobody ever calls. I can't get over it. 267-227-9189. Hot101.net, the Apple app, the Google Play Store for the Android app, and TuneIn Radio app. Just search for hot101.net. And again, Facebook, That Other Side of Information, That Other Side of Information. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189. How much are you worried about the vote count and any potential? I don't know that I like to just use the word shenanigans because it kind of makes it almost sound silly and frivolous, but we know that it is not silly and frivolous. How much are you worried about the end of this election cycle and the vote count inside the Commonwealth and inside your district?
I think it's not. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. I don't think people are going to actively cheat, but I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. The voters are fine. There's always concern about the machines. I still have concerns about that.
Do you have ESNS machines in your district?
I gotta. I think so. I think we do have some of the bad ones. I gotta double check on that. But that's my concern.
Are you expecting a large in-person turnout in your area, if not your district specifically, in the general rural area? Are you expecting a large in-person turnout? Was there large mail-in participation in the rural areas, if not your district specifically, but or both? I mean, maybe you're only concentrating on the district itself, but I mean, generally speaking, in more of the rural areas, was there a large mail-in participation? Are you expecting more people to vote in person?
I mean, I think there was a good amount of people that requested mail-in ballots and filled them out. I do think there's going to be a significant amount of people still going to the polls. I believe that. I also think there might be some people this election that just don't vote on the other side of the aisle. I do think there's going to be some that are just like, it's in a little bit of a reverse 16. They're just going to be like, I can't motivate myself to go out for the other side. I'm just sticking it in. And I wonder how COVID's going to affect some of these people. Are people really going to want to go wait in long lines when they know something's not right? I don't know. This election's going to be fascinating. But there's still people that are going to go vote. Yeah, I mean, a significant amount, yes. I do think we'll get a significant amount of in-person voters to get so we'll see what happens right when those numbers start coming in.
Do you have any feel for how long it might be before we get results out of the Commonwealth? There's some reporting and some I don't want to say theory, but that it could literally be days before there's reporting out of the Commonwealth.
I don't think it's going to happen too much in rural. It's just because those precincts don't have a ton of voters. I mean, as far as the cities and in the Harrisburg area, yeah, I think that's going to take a while to come in because we didn't have a pre-canvass in some of them. So yeah, I think that is going to take days. That is going to take days to count all those ballots. So people should be prepared to not, when CNN and everybody says, oh, this person, what, it's looking like this person. No, they didn't. We didn't count all the ballots. We need to make sure every ballot is counted, because this is a democracy and your job is to vote. It is the only thing that your founders really asked you to do as a citizen, was vote. Yeah, you can get into they only let men vote. I get it, but it was a different time, okay? But that is what they wanted. Why is it so hard to do? Why is it so hard to do? And why did we have to do the gerrymandering to suppress it? I mean, we've done whatever we could, right? The other side has done whatever they could to make sure people cannot vote.
I was going to say, I wouldn't say we.
Yeah, I mean the other side. Yeah. But that is what has been truly just mind-boggling to me, is how hard. And you look at Act 77, it's just riddled with holes on purpose. They knew what they were doing on some of this. I do think they miscalculated on losing the straight party. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt maybe some the urban areas, but in rural Pennsylvania, I think that was a miscalculation for down ballots. We shall see.
The governor was forced earlier this week, I believe it may have even just been on Friday, to make a statement that he and his administration are prepared. My grammar might be off there. Are prepared for the potential for violence following the election. When you hear that, or when you consider the fact that he even had to make such a statement, what does that raise in you?
I think we're living in a nightmare. The university in my town, Susquehanna University, all the students had political signs in their windows, a lot of them. And apparently it says something in the handbook that they cannot be facing out. But for months, these students had these out. Nobody said a word. This past week, the university says, you need to all take your signs down. They cannot be facing out the window. Why would that happen all of a sudden? Even the conservative professors were like, SU's never done this before. Why would they do that unless they are deathly afraid that somebody with a gun is going to be shooting at windows that have certain signs in them? That's where we are right now.
I am not aware of any of these rogue would-be militias inside the Commonwealth, although I am certain that they exist.
They do.
But it was I took the governor's statement to be directed toward that.
Yeah.
Is that how you take it?
Yes. I've seen them.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I find it shocking that they haven't approached you at some point in this campaign.
I've stayed out of it but they exist. I don't think they see me as a threat. I mean, I don't. It's not me. They seem to actually be kind of warm to me, which I find surprising. It's not me. I'm not worried about me. They're not coming for me.
Well, just the fact that you're a Democrat qualifies you, so that's
yeah, but I for some reason I don't see it being I don't see it being me. Mainly because of the fact some of them are voting for somebody down at the top of the ticket and for me. So for some of them they have me in a different category. Cannot wrap my head around it, but they do.
Even though Tuesday is really only the end of this cycle, and obviously there are some hours left before the end of the cycle, as you know, we come kind of to the conclusion of the program. I know both of us are tired. I can see it. I don't want to take you to the end of the cycle before it's come. I know as a candidate, you are a candidate right up until the very last minute. So I don't want to end things on you before they are ending. But I do want to ask you a little bit, if I could, about what you see past Tuesday. What during this campaign, as a member of the Democratic Party, because you will be a member of the Democratic Party past Tuesday, regardless of what the results are, what during this campaign what has this campaign taught you or told you, informed you about the future of our party, its strengths, its weaknesses, where it is trending, how it is changing, if it is changing, what its base is it growing, is it contracting? What has your experience as a candidate and this campaign taught you about our party, about the Democratic Party?
That's such a tough question.
Are the 90s over? Are the Kennedys and the Roosevelt Democrats, the New Deal Democrats, are they back? Is the party returning to its roots? Is it shrinking? Is it growing? Are we making inroads into the areas where we've been driven out? Are we hated? Are we liked? Are we tolerated? Are we what, without trying to drag an answer out of you, I want it to be your answer. I want it to be an organic answer, but like what through this campaign has, if you were able to kind of almost step back out of your own skin, what has this campaign shown you about the Democratic Party?
I think there have always been the FDR Kennedy Democrats. They just were quieted. And I think they've poked their heads out a little bit more. I think they've gotten a little bit more power. I think there's more of them. I'm not saying it's fixed, but I think it's there. I think there are a lot of Democrats, especially the rural like chairs and stuff, that understand that is the path forward. So
is the return to the roots of the party.
Yes. And I do think there's actually some people in some very powerful positions that know this too. And you would want to get them elected.
I'd like to get them on the damn program.
Well, yeah, but no, I'm just saying those people. What I'm saying, Jeff, is those people that are powerful and know this would want to get down ballots that uphold that elected.
I hope so. You know me. You know before this program began that I have, dare I say, it's not always a flattering term, preached from the beginning that the 90s is the aberration in our party. It's when we lost our way. We are the Jefferson, Madison, Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, John Kennedy, Truman, Lyndon Johnson, hell, even Jimmy Carter. That is who we are. That is who we are. It is not the 90s. It's not big bank money and insurance money and the end of the Telecommunications Act and the end of the Fairness Doctrine and the era of big government is over and the Welfare Reform Act. That's not, and the crime bill. That's not who we are. It's not who we are. And it is why we have been so easily overrun in areas like yours. We did half the job for them. We did half the job for the party opposite because we took the big money. And when we took the big money, we did what they wanted because we had to, or else the money would stop coming.
And this is what I was getting at the beginning. That is why you lost these voters. That is why these people switched parties. They feel like the Democratic Party was no longer representing the working people. And the Republicans figured out, let's keep them focused on social issues, get them angry about those, and just keep calling the Democrats liars. That is why you have to have more candidates like myself run in these areas and hopefully win, but at least get out there and show your face and say, we still exist. We still exist. You might not want to believe it, but we still exist.
And more so, we're here for you.
Exactly.
We're not just here, we're here for you.
We never stopped fighting. You just forgot we existed.
You were told.
Yeah.
You had a big media machine tell you we ran away, but not all of us did. It's 8:17. Believe it or not, the phone line is open. I'll leave it open right to the end of the program, but 8:17, we'll go to about 8:30. I want to just leave. I want to throw the floor open. Just no question, no nothing. I want to just throw the floor open. Any candidate will take money right up till the very last minute, but what did we not get to cover that you wanted to absolutely make sure that we covered? What issue, what platform plank, what fact, data point, part of the stump speech, of course, all the contact, even at this late hour, it's never a bad time to hit the website and the Facebook page and so on. But I want to just the floor is yours. What didn't we get to cover? What did we miss? What did we not fully explore as a point? We started talking about it and then took a left turn. I mean, I just want to throw the floor open. How do people get a hold of you? How do they follow you? It's never too late to do that. Even though it's November 1st and Tuesday is the end of the cycle, it's never too late to contact Michelle. I just want to throw the floor open. It is entirely yours. You go wherever you want to go.
Well, if you're interested in, learning more about me or my website, you can go to michellesiegelforpasenate.com. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Siegel for Senate PA, and I'm on Twitter at Senate PA.
And you can follow Morty.
And you can follow Morty at Morty's Politics. I mean, he's on Facebook and Twitter. I guess what I what I would want to say is this campaign was trying to do things differently, was trying to be open to everybody instead of just focused on one side's vote. We were not in the business of worrying about the millions of dollars we needed to raise, and more in the business of how can we connect and have a conversation and find out what voters need. And, you know, we went to farmers markets, and that, you know, Democrats don't do that where I am. They don't show their face there. And we did that. We made sure that this campaign was us. You know, I put my dog on the yard signs. We put the dog on the graphics. We wanted it to be us and represent the love that this campaign has for rural people and its community to be shown in this campaign, to highlight the things that I grew up loving, to highlight the things that my grandparents told me existed. That's what this campaign has been for. You know, it's been a long road. You know, this has been over a year now. And this is not where I ended up. You know, I didn't think I'd be campaigning during a pandemic. And we had to reorganize, right? We had to go heavily social media. And we did town halls every Saturday night from March till the beginning of August, trying to get people information, trying to let them hear from the nurses, trying to let them hear from small business owners, letting them know about the solar project at a local school, talking to some teachers. That's what we did. We volunteered. We volunteered a couple times throughout this campaign. We encouraged people to wear masks. We provided people information on polling location changes because that was not happening in my district, and it was on purpose. We made sure we were as transparent and open as possible about who we were and why we were doing this. And that I'm proud of, because we did this campaign our way. We didn't run a typical campaign. We didn't do the stereotype, because I don't think that type of campaigning is actually going to be the future. I think campaigns are going to have to be, you know, it's going to have to change. We didn't make attack mailers. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you got to do mailers, you got to do. No. I think it gets to the point where people get sick of it. I think people, especially because of the pandemic, I think people want positivity. I think people want hope. I think people want to see something different and unique and something that makes them smile. And a mom and a kid in a car, and maybe that kid looks at my yard sign and says, hey, there's that doggy again. Something different. That's what Siegel for Senate PA's campaign was. And that's why we're running on the Rural Bill of Rights. So we can be open and transparent and say, you vote for me, you're voting for the Rural Bill of Rights. You're voting for somebody that's going to at least fight for you. Cannot promise you I can make all this happen. And I think we're honestly sick of politicians telling us, oh, they're going to do this, and it doesn't happen. We want to actually, you know, have somebody that is going to go on that floor and fight and call them out and go back to their constituents and tell them the truth for once. Because if you really want to change rural Pennsylvania, if you want to start to flipping it back to blue, you got to start getting some people elected that are going to tell these people the truth. And that's what our campaign is trying to do. So, we'll see what happens. I want to believe that these people are willing to look over past the D that's going to be behind my name on that ballot and believe in a message and believe in unity and believe in hope and believe the best path forward is for red and blue to come together and be purple. So that's what I want to leave you all with.
That's an excellent place to leave it. Where else to leave it than there? I know that I will speak to you obviously a lot more, but at least for the public consumption part of this, you and I obviously will speak a lot more privately, but for the public consumption, I want to thank you very much for being here. I mean, I don't have enough words to thank you for this. I mean, we've probably been here for over 4 hours because, as you all know, folks, the guests come in early just in case there are technical problems. So Michelle's been here for over 4 hours. And for the 3.5 hours of the public consumption, I want to thank you for being here. I'm going to have some final words for you folks before we say goodnight and get you ready for next week. But I mean, what can I say? Thank you for being here. And thank you for welcoming me into the circle of friends. It's been a long road, but it's been one hell of a road. That's for sure. And we're not done yet. It's only Sunday. There's still Monday and Tuesday to come. And then, of course, after you win, you have a staff to put together. So I'll be sending my resume along. Because God knows you don't know what's on it, but I'll be sending it along.
I know you will, Jeff.
I'm not letting you go that easy. But
no, you're not.
No, I never go away. I'm like a bad dream. I tend to hover around. But thank you very much for being here. I really do appreciate it. I know it was a long night. I know you're tired. I know you had a cold start of the day too. We didn't even get to talk about the event you had, Senator Casey. You were hanging out with the senator today. Hell, we didn't even get to talk about that. That's crazy. You don't always hang out with a U.S. senator, but you were hanging out with the senator today, and we didn't even get to talk about that. Just dove straight into you. But then again, that's what you're here for. We're here to talk about you, not the senator. If the senator wants to talk about himself, he knows where to find me, or at least he should. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. He'll still be in office after Tuesday. He can come find me anytime. But thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. I truly do. I really do. I mean, it's a lot of time, especially, you have a family to take care of and to be with. So for 3-4 hours on a Sunday night's a lot of time. So I'm very, very grateful. And so is my audience. I appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you so much.
I'll talk to you.
I'm going to go eat some dinner finally now.
And find out what all that noise is.
Yeah, exactly.
You might be in a sword fight before you get a chance to eat too.
Absolutely.
Good luck. Don't get slain.
Thank you so much. You have a good night.
Thanks.
Bye. All
right, folks, that's Michelle Siegel. A few final words before I say goodnight to you as well, my wonderful, wonderful audience. Let me just say this before we say goodnight. Again, Tuesday is the end of this cycle. It is not the end of civic engagement. It is just the end of this voting cycle. This will not, and even then, it may not be the end. I have I have no doubt there will be court cases and legal challenges. And I fear that this may drag on for a good long time. It might be. And when I say a good long time, I don't know that, it'll be the month or whatever it was, the 6 weeks, was it, that it did in 2000. But, elections in this country, we usually know by the time we go to bed that night what the results of elections are. I don't know that that's going to happen on Tuesday. We may not go to bed and know who the winners and losers are in all the various races across the country. We may not wake up Wednesday morning and know who the winners and losers are. We may not know when we go to bed Wednesday night or Thursday night or even Friday night. But the greater point here is that the end of the election cycle Tuesday is not the end of our civic engagement. Voting is not all of our civic engagement. It is only one component of our civic engagement. It is not difficult or time-consuming to be engaged civically. All it takes is a minimal amount of effort. Watch the news. Not the infotainment programs, if you don't trust them, but watch the news. I actually happen to think that the new Shepard Smith News Hour happens to be a pretty good, straightforward bit hour of news. It's 7 p.m. Eastern Time on CNBC. It happens to be a bit of old-fashioned, straight, just news reporting. It's not perfect, but it's close to that old-fashioned, just straight bit of news that we used to enjoy in this country before the end of the Fairness Doctrine and before the Telecommunications Act. If you don't trust domestic news sources, then get them from foreign news sources. If you are a member of that other side of information on Facebook, our home group page for the program, you will notice that the overwhelming majority of articles that I post are from foreign news sources, because foreign news sources are required to be unbiased. The BBC must, by law, be unbiased. It is written in UK law that it must be. I post a lot from The Guardian, the BBC, the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Company. If you don't trust domestic services, then try foreign services. If you have a long commute in the morning, find a news station and listen to the news. Put some thought into the news sources that you look at online. Look at the investigative news sources, The Intercept, ProPublica, Vice. Get behind the headlines. Don't just read what you are told. Try to read between the lines. Think. You are smart people. Don't just accept what you are told. Try to read in between it. On a daily basis, as much as I am able to do so, I am a, dare I say, religious listener to the Thom Hartmann program. I base much of this program off of his program. Although this program is nothing like his program, because no one calls this program. He has many, many, many more callers. Nearly, probably 99.9% more callers than I. He has a backlog of callers. He never gets to all the callers who call in a day. I have practically zero callers. His program is a real model for me. And I would hope if I have an nth of the success with my program that he has had with his, then I will be a truly fortunate individual. But his program is exceptionally informative. Obviously, Mr. Hartman is a progressive, but also if you are a person who disagrees with him, and not necessarily even a Republican, but if you're a person who disagrees with him, you jump and you call him, you jump to the front of the line and he takes you first. His analyses are grounded in history and facts and science, not pure opinion. You learn from the program. You don't have to agree with him, but you learn from the program. It's not just spin. These are the things that we can do to be civically engaged. And we can do them every day. And it doesn't take a lot of time. We can listen to these programs in the background. We can listen to the news while we drive to and from work, while we are doing our errands. We can listen to the news while we're in the kitchen making dinner, while we're cleaning our homes, while we're on the treadmill, exercising at the gym, or walking in the neighborhood, or walking the dog. I know my father, my late father, used to read the newspaper cover to cover. That's a bit of an anachronism in modern society. I'm sure most of you don't even receive a daily newspaper. But we can be informed. And I'm not talking about agreeing with me. I'm not talking about taking everything I say as gospel. It's not about that. It's about being informed. It's about listening. Civic engagement does not stop on Tuesday. So please keep that in mind. I beg you to please keep that in mind. Even if you don't agree with a single thing that I say on this program, civic engagement does not stop on Tuesday. It is a constantly ongoing process. And I beg you to be civically engaged. Go to your school board meetings. Go to your town council meetings. If you are a member of the Democratic Party or consider yourself a Democrat, then go become a member of the party. Become a local precinct person. Start going to party meetings. If you're a Republican and you don't like what Trump has done to your party, then go to your party meetings. Take your party back. Cases are up across the country. 42 states are reporting a consistent increase in cases. I beg you all, please be careful. Most governments, counties, locals, states, and there is no national response, are not recommending to shelter in place. So I beg you all, please be careful. Gloves, if you think they are necessary or they make you feel better, use them. Masks. Yes, masks. They work. Guess what? I don't enjoy them either. I don't. I have to wear a mask all day at work. When no one is around me, I will take it down. I will take a couple deep breaths, clean myself out, air the mask out a little bit, and then I have to put it back up. I make sure no one is within 20 feet of me when I do it. But I do it because it is not just for me, it is for the safety of everyone else around me. Just wear the mask. They work all The science shows that it works. Period. It is November. Census information collection has ended. I hope you filled it out. You have survived. You don't get to listen to me drone on about the census any longer. You don't have to hear about it. So you survived. Voting. As I mentioned during the program with Michelle, if you have a mail-in ballot in your possession, do not just inside Pennsylvania, wherever you may be listening to me right now, Oregon, Washington, New Jersey. I'm trying to think of where else they're doing mail-in. Someone can tell me in the few minutes that we are left on the air. If you're watching this in a recording before Tuesday, anywhere that you may be doing mail-in, absentee, wherever, anywhere around the world. If you're watching this on a military base, if you're an expatriate in a foreign country watching this, I don't know what you have to do. The FedEx overnight, the UPS overnight, DHL International, I don't know what you have to do. If you are inside the United States, including Alaska, Hawaii, the territories, do not, and I mean this is no type of offense or attack to the good, decent human beings that work for the Postal Service. It is entirely the Postal Service has been intentionally decimated by the Trump regime. Hundreds of sorting machines intentionally dismantled and destroyed at a cost, by the way, to you, the taxpayer, of billions of dollars. Just so these votes can't be counted. And he's told you that to your face for the express purpose of these votes not being counted. If you have a mail-in ballot, I should say, in your possession, you simply cannot put it in the mail any longer. You must deliver it to a legally authorized drop-off location. That may be your county courthouse. It may be a drop box authorized by your county or your municipality. I can't tell you where that is. You would need to look it up online. I can't tell you where that is. In the various locations around the country, I can't tell you. I'm a little stuffed up. I apologize. I keep sniffling right into the microphone. It's not attractive, but I apologize. But wherever that is, in Pennsylvania, you can go to the live in-person polling place and surrender your mail-in ballot and then vote in person. You may be able to do that in other locations around the country. I simply do not know your local voting laws. Research it if you need to. The Biden campaign has set up a website called iwillvote.com. All the answers are there. NBC News has a website called Plan Your Vote. I'm sure the answers are there. I'm sure there's many different places where you can find the information. My simple advice to you is, if you should happen to have an absentee or a mail-in ballot in your possession right now, and you have not filled it out or returned it yet, do not use the Postal Service. It is entirely too late. Fill it out. Put it in the necessary envelopes. Do it the way it is supposed to be done. Read the instructions. Make sure you do it correctly. And then return it in person, wherever that legal place for you is to return it. But for God's sake, vote. Make sure you vote. Just vote. I have a tweet right here, retweeted by Tom Hartman. For the third day in a row, the U.S. Postal Service moved fewer ballots on time in critical battleground states than the previous day. You simply cannot trust at this point that the Postal Service will deliver your ballot on time. And finally, as we have been saying and wrapping up the program each week now, things are going to get tense as we get closer to the end of this cycle. Perhaps they are tense inside your family. Perhaps not. Perhaps you have one of those families where you can have differing opinions and yet still get along. That's great. Perhaps it is, super tense in your family and you can't discuss politics. But regardless, I would ask you, as I have asked you many weeks before, we can repair this country. Not just through the grand concepts and policies of the New Deal, although that is exactly what we need. We can do it in much simpler ways. Let's have conversations, not arguments. Talk to each other. Please check on your neighbors, your friends, especially your elderly or senior neighbors, if I'm using the right term. I should probably use the term senior. If you have senior friends and neighbors, please check on them, make sure they are safe, make sure they're healthy, see if they need groceries, see if they need the dog walked, if they need whatever they might need. Maybe they don't agree with you. Maybe you're a member of the Democratic Party and they have a big Trump sign in the lawn. Okay. Check on them anyway. Maybe you're a Republican and they have a Biden-Harris sign on the lawn. Check on them anyway. Just check on them. Let's start rebuilding these ties of community and society. No, Mr. Reagan. We are not 330 million rugged individuals. We are a community of Lower Saucon Township. We are members of the Saucon Valley. We live in the Lehigh Valley. We are Pennsylvanians. We are Americans. We are Terrans. Earthlings, Terrans, from the Terran solar system. We are a society. We are a collective. We do depend on each other. What I do does affect my neighbor, and vice versa. We can heal this nation. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can heal this nation. We are a community. We do depend on each other. So I ask you, as I do at the end of almost every program now, to please keep that in mind, that we are a family. We are a human family. We don't always have to agree, but we do need to get along. We do affect each other. So let me just say that.
So next week, what we are planning on next week is a roundtable. I will have multiple guests. Currently 3, I believe, are confirmed. I have another at least 2 invited, and I may invite even more to break down this election season cycle results, etc. And then after that, yes, there will still be politics, but not nearly as much. We will have authors, clergy, professors, and we'll kind of take a bit of a break from the heavy politics. Michelle was our last candidate. That was the end of the parade of candidates. You made it, folks. You made it to the end of the election cycle. We all did. But I got to tell you, with 24-hour cable quote-unquote news, there's never an end to the election cycle. And I work in politics. There's never an end to the election cycle. The 2021 election cycle in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has already begun. And cable news will already be looking toward the midterms. I don't like to call them the midterms. The congressional election cycle of 2022 will be in the news within, a week or two. As soon as the presidential election is sorted out and the court cases, the inevitable court cases, are taken care of, the 2022 cycle will already start, and we'll start hearing about the senatorial elections. And of course, there's gubernatorial elections in New Jersey and Virginia, and then the congressional elections of 2022 will start. And you will start to see by January of 2021, you'll start to see people jockeying for the next presidential election in 2024. It never ends. It has become a full-time job. It's become big-time money business. Becoming a candidate has become a money-making business. So but you made it to the end of this cycle. So let me just review. I want to thank again Michelle for being here, but really all the candidates who gave us part of their valuable time all through this parade of candidates that we've had pretty much all through the summer, right up until tonight. Please go vote. If you're going to vote in person, please do it safely. Keep in mind distancing, wear a mask. If it makes you feel better, wear rubber gloves, take hand sanitizer. Be kind and patient to the poll workers. They are volunteering their time. I know some poll workers get paid, but they're not exactly making a king's ransom being a poll worker. Be kind, be patient to them. But vote, no matter what you do, no matter how you vote, no matter what you believe in. Agree with me, disagree with me, love me, hate me, listen to the program every week, or you're a first-time listener. Wherever you fall on the spectrum, please vote. If you have a mail-in ballot, do not use the Postal Service. Deliver it. Take it to a drop box. Take it to your county courthouse. And please be kind to one another. Let's have conversations. Let's not have arguments. Put your guns away. We're all Americans. We may disagree. We may look different. We may dress different. We are younger. We are older. You don't need your military weapon on your shoulder. Let's just have a conversation. Let's heal this country. If you have not been able to be live with us through most of the program, where the heck were you? Don't worry about it. Plenty of chances to get the program on the recording. Anywhere that the program has been shared, you will find it. Just scroll down. You'll be able to see the program anytime you have the time to sit and watch it.
Can't catch it on Facebook? Don't worry. Plenty of places to find the program. Just look behind me. It's right here. If you can't read it, I'll take you through it. Facebook, That Other Side of Information, is the home group page for the program. You can find all of our programs there. The show engineer, George Dare, will take the program and take it to YouTube. We have a YouTube channel. That Other Side of Information. You can watch all of our programs on YouTube. That Other Side of Information. Instagram, That Other Side of Information. There you go again. And of course, Twitter, @ThatKennedyTalk. We actually are gaining followers. That's pretty cool stuff. We love it. We want you to be part of the family. Again, whether you agree with me or don't agree with me, love me, hate me, whatever the heck, it's all good. We just want you to be part of the program, part of the conversation. We want to engage you. This is the place for information, education, and engagement. We want you to be part of the program. To our friends at hot101.net, thank you so much. DJ Lexus, DJ Earl, and my friend, my partner, Heaven Sent. There's simply no other way to say it. April Riddick. We're so proud to be part of the hot101.net family. We thank you so much for allowing us into your homes, your cars, your speakers, your devices, your smart speakers, however it is that you listen to hot101.net. We will return next week. To all of our friends throughout the Facebook universe, thank you for allowing us onto your pages, into your groups. We share every week. Most of the administrators are really good about letting us on. Sometimes we make it onto one week and not there the next week, but hey, that's okay. We're all human, we get busy, but we thank you for letting us onto your groups, or into your groups, onto your Facebook pages. The national outlets especially, please let us onto your national outlets. We love it. Thank you so much. And again, we're just really proud to be doing this program. I really, really love doing this program. And hey, I'll be awake again at 3:30 in the morning to go to work. So yeah, there you go with that. And it is what it is, right? We got to make a living. If you want to advertise in the program, again, the email address, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. That is the way that you can reach the program anytime, 24/7, all week. When we are not on the air, that's the best way to reach us. Thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Again, you can tweet us anytime. Twitter never takes a rest. @ThatKennedyTalk. It's right over my shoulder here if you're still watching. We'll try to make it a little bigger sign, though. Show engineer George and I will get to work on that. And I guess that pretty much wraps us up for this week. We love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I kind of feel like there's an extra special end to this program. It feels a little more final than most because this is kind of the end of the election cycle. Although really, for us, next week will kind of be the end of the election cycle because our roundtable will kind of put a bow on everything, I think, next week. But it does feel a little more weird, a little more of a closing this week than normal. But listen, everyone, thank you honestly for being here. I truly mean it. I really, really do. Please be safe this week. Please stay healthy. Masks, hand sanitizer, wash your hands, gloves, social distance, all of it. Just please be careful. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Be kind to yourself and to one another. And until next week, we'll see you right back here, 5 p.m. Eastern time for the Kennedy Effect for next week. Thanks so much for being with us, and please stay safe.